4 years between the Stallions and the Mohawks. Winner to take on Batavia in the PGCBL Final. Stan Shalom with you alongside Nick Zuppi here on the Arch Top 5 pregame show. Nick, these Stallions winning a couple of days ago against the Blue Sox, they give themselves a shot to get to the championship.
One game left to get there, Dan, and all you got to do is beat the top overall seed, Amsterdam Mohawks.
Certainly not an easy task, but Nick, this is a Stallion squad that found their groove in the early innings against the Blue Sox a couple of days ago.
The Stallions won the regular season matchups 4-1 against the Blue Sox. They would turn to their ace, Sean Derringer, out on the mound for the Ponies, with the Stallions taking an early lead as well. JBZ with a 2 RBI blue single. The Stallions take the lead in the first inning against the Blue Sox in back-to-back ball games, with Logan Sanchez in the next inning later going goodbye, a solo home run on the first pitch he sees against starting pitcher Luke Baker, a guy the Stallions had faced before, but finally having success against Baker. Stallions up 3-0, and they would score 3 more, courtesy of an RBI single from Logan Sanchez. The Ponies now lead 6-0 through the first 3 innings after a 19-9 victory against Utica the night before. The Ponies were up 6-0, but not for long. The Blue Sox finally answered in the 5th. Ryan Ulysses doubles down the left field line. The sliding from Simmons can't make the play. 6-3 Utica, but the very next batter's Matt Glenn. He's in the ground one over to short. Casey Comiskey bobbles it. Now it's 13 straight games for an error with the Stallions, and they play 1 more run as a result. 6-4, go to the bottom half. It looked like the Stallions offense was going to get back into it, but a 1-6-3 gets them out of it. And look at John Regas, the relief pitcher for Utica, explodes in emotion. John Hacker now still in the game, 2 2/3 scoreless for him. Strikes out the guy for Utica to end the 7th, and they return to their star closer, Mason Weaver, for the Stallions. He gets the final 6 outs, 3 strikeouts as well, and then the Stallions pitching staff really was nails down the stretch.
It was the bullpen, because the Stallions put up their first 6 runs in the first 3 innings of the ball game, and then from there on out, it was Hacker, it was a little bit of Weaver. He gets the player of the game, and a dominant performance for the Stallions, and it gives them some momentum here going into tonight.
And Logan Sanchez at the bottom of the order, Dan, 2 hits, 2 RBIs. The bottom of the order as a whole, 6 for 9 between 8, 9, and 10 2 days ago against the Blue Sox.
And for me, he's got to be in there. This is a Stallions team that overall in the postseason sits at 7-5. But if you take away the Amsterdam Mohawks, they are 5-0. So Nick, it is imperative that the Stallions come out hot here tonight.
In all 7 of those games as well, none of them have been decided by more than 3 runs. When you're looking at last year, Stallions fell 7-6. The year before that, it was a 1-run game as well.
And you mentioned those games. Let's go back to 2021. That's where all of these games start here at Shuttleworth Park. The Stallions would knock off the Mohawks for their first PGCBL championship here at Shuttleworth Park. Nick, will it continue in 2022?
It would not. The Stallions beat the Diamond Dogs in the opening round before dropping to the Mohawks right here at Shuttleworth Park 5-3. Amsterdam used a late inning rally, but then could they respond in 2023?
They came closer than they did in 2022. A 1-run loss for the Stallions in 2023. Nearly got it done. Andrew Amato went yard. He was the MVP for the Stallions, and he would be back in 2024 looking for revenge.
Looking for revenge and looking for the game-tying hit runners on first and second in the PGCBL Final before the 2023 MVP grounded out to short and gave the Mohawks the victory. The Stallions were down 8-4 coming into the inning. They created 3, but for 4 seasons in a row, for better or for worse, Dan, the Stallions lose at Shuttleworth.
And Nick, that's the thing for me going into this game, is you cannot be chasing here at Shuttleworth Park. You've seen the Stallions play here when they've won. They've had commanding leads in all of those games. For me, that's the key here tonight.
And that stems back to the Amsterdam offense as well. In the 3 games they've won here at Shuttleworth Park, they've had an inning where they've scored at least 4 runs.
We'll talk about the Mohawks on the other side of this break and what they need to do in order to get to the PGCBL Finals. Rolling along here on the Arch Top 5 pregame show from Shuttleworth Park. Dan Chow with you alongside Nick Zuby as we get you ready for Stallions and Mohawks in the East Division Final. Nick, this is an Amsterdam squad that narrowly got by the Boonville Lumberjacks in the semifinals.
Boonville came into two nights ago's meeting with the Mohawks winners of their last 3 games. They were hot.
They certainly were, and had beaten the Mohawks here at Shuttleworth Park 13-3 in the regular season, the only time in the Keene Urban era where the Mohawks have been mercy here at home. But early on, it would be all Amsterdam. We take you to the bottom of the second and third here for the Mohawks with Riley Cahill on the bump. Ground ball over to the right side by Brad Curtis. That's going to plate a run, and the Mohawks are on the board. He's going to take second base with nobody covering. The throw's too late, and it's 1-0 Amsterdam. Then Filippi grounds the ball over to the left side. Another one comes home. It's 2-0 Amsterdam. Bases loaded walk by the Mohawks, and then who else but Chris Holcraft stepping up in a big way, makes it 4-0 Amsterdam. That'd be the only inning where they scored runs. We take you to the top of the 6th, and finally Boonville gets on the board. An RBI single makes this game 4-1. No scoring for either team in the 7th or the 8th. Take you to the top of the 9th. Miguel Gonzalez facing Mason Veronese. Moonshot into deep left field. Pulls things to a 1-run game. And there's no outs on the board in the top of the 9th of what has become a 1-run ball game. But from there, Veronese would shut things down. A long flyer into center field ends the game, and the Mohawks get the right to play the Stallions here tonight.
All-around game from the Mohawks. They scored 4 runs in that second inning. No extra base hits as well. That was Amsterdam doing what they do best, throw the ball.
And if you look to the Stallions side of things, Nick, it's totally okay. Saugerties lets up a 4-run inning, but they have to do what Boonville did 2 days ago and let that be the only 4-run inning.
No doubt about it, Dan. Amsterdam's offense will score in bunches. They're third in runs per game in the PGCBL, so limit them to 1, maybe 2 innings of runs is definitely their approach.
And another big thing for the Stallions that you touched on a little bit earlier is limiting the errors. 13 straight games for them. And if you give this Mohawks team extra outs here at Shuttleworth in the playoffs, it's going to hurt you.
Yeah, they lead the PGCBL in on-base percentage, so when you give them extra outs, you give them opportunities to walk and steal bases if you're second in the league. That's how they score.
A couple of those guys that have been so clutch for the Mohawks, Ray Touchstone and Chris Holcraft, they're the 2 players that you and I selected to highlight here tonight, and we really feel that if they step up for the Mohawks, they'll have a win here tonight.
Touchstone might be the leading candidate for MVP of the PGCBL, and against the Stallions so far this summer, he's proved it an extra base hit in every single game here at Shuttleworth.
And how about an OPS standing over 1,000? That is crazy to think about. And then on the other side of things, Holcraft has just been consistent.
Another guy that's hurt the Stallions big time. When these 2 teams split a doubleheader up here at Shuttleworth Park, he had multiple RBIs in both of those games.
Certainly searching for double-digit RBI night here tonight against Saugerties. On the other side of this break, here on the Arch Top 5 pregame show, we're going to jump into the probable pitchers. Who's throwing the slab for either side tonight? Stay right with us. Welcome back to the Arch Top 5 pregame show. Near and first pitch here at Shuttleworth Park between the Stallions and the Mohawks. Nick, this is a place where Amsterdam and Saugerties have battled with each other all year long.
2-3-1 for the record here for the Stallions. 2 wins. They won the first 2 games and dropped the next 3 and tied the Mohawks 5-5 most recently.
The big thing for the Stallions here at Shuttleworth Park all year long has been runners left on base. They've had multiple instances where they've had the bases loaded 3 times in a game, but somehow still come out with a loss or a tie.
And that's the biggest thing coming into today. The Amsterdam Mohawks are finding ways to drive in runs. The Stallions leave 3 more men on base per ball game here at Shuttleworth. Need to capitalize on run producing opportunities.
And that was a problem last year for these Stallions as well. In a game where the winner went to the championship, Saugerties had 12 left on base in that one. Early on, they would be trailing 1-0. Zach Morris on the bump, who just got drafted by the Chicago Cubs for the Stallions. 1-0 Mohawks after the first, but then the Stallions would respond in the second. They would play 2, making a competitive ball game early on.
Both of those runs coming with 2 outs as well, back-to-back singles. So far, the Ponies finding ways to drive in runs, which they need to do today. Take a 2-1 lead in the second.
But then the Mohawks would come right back, like they always do, in the bottom half of the second, killing all that Stallions momentum that they had early on. A bunt put in play, throw goes over the head of the first baseman, and then it's just chaos on the infield. 1 run comes in to score. Then on the throw in, there's a pickle at second base. Another run comes home to score. Mohawks would play 2 on this particular play to take a 3-2 lead. Then we skip ahead through the middle innings where the Mohawks had 3 runs, the Stallions had 2. Bases loaded in the 8th, and they can't catch it.
Justin Ford up at the plate, and he's been so good for the Ponies all season long. Just hate how he has to ground into the inning as he ground out there.
Brandon Fish was on the team this year, had the bases loaded and walked to make it a 3-run game in the top of the 9th. Stallions had bases loaded with nobody on. Eddie Yaman with an RBI single to pull the game within 1 for the Ponies, and it would once again come down to Andrew Amato.
He grounds things out to short to end the ball game. Stallions comeback falls also close. They lose by 1 right here at Shuttleworth.
We talked to Brandon Fish a couple of days ago about the revenge he wants on the Mohawks here in 2025.
Go play at Amsterdam. Big atmosphere, a lot of fans. You want to make their night not a good night, so it's very exciting playing in front of a couple thousand people and making it to a championship. So I got a little chip on my shoulder tonight because I haven't made it there yet. So this is the time. This is the year right here.
Fish sharing a sentiment of the feeling of nearly all Stallions fans. They want their revenge here tonight after 3 straight losses in the postseason at Shuttleworth.
Sometimes they say 3rd time's the charm, well hopefully 4th time is the charm.
Surely, and the probable starters here tonight for both sides, Dan Gallup for the Ponies and Zach Hernandez for the Mohawks.
And Hernandez is a guy that the Stallions have faced twice. 9 total innings pitched, has given up 2 earned. Last time they faced a starter for the 3rd time in the playoffs, Luke Baker, Stallions knocked him out of the top of the second.
Certainly did. They played him 5 runs on Baker. And then when you go over to Zach Hernandez, 2 wins already on the season as well. But on the other side, Dan Gallup has played against these Mohawks before, and he did a great job.
He was the long relief pitcher for the Stallions, and he threw 4 scoreless innings out of the bullpen. Expect for him to have a big game here today, Shuttleworth.
Stallions have Virgil Heath, Matt Bertong, possibly even Mason Weaver available with the rain out yesterday. It's going to be interesting to see who they put on the bump as both these sides try to get to Batavia. Batavia knocking off the Jamestown Carp Skunks a couple of days ago to put themselves a spot in the championship with the West.
And with the off day yesterday, Batavia now has 2 straight off days to take on the winner of the East. Their pitching will be fresh and ready to go.
Certainly, one of these teams has got to make it up there to play Batavia. We got first pitch for you coming up right after this here at Shuttleworth Park. It's playoff time here in Amsterdam. Winner go home, but if you get the victory, you get to go to the PGCBL Finals. Stallions and Mohawks here at Shuttleworth Park for the third time in the last 4 years in the East Division Final. Nick, it's going to be a fun one here tonight.
These two teams met 6 times here at Shuttleworth in the regular season. 2 wins for the Stallions, 3 wins for the Mohawks, and 1 tie.
Stallions starters here tonight. The lineup looks a little bit like this. Luis Rodriguez will lead it off. He had the 6-for-6 legacy game here. Then it's Cam Carroll, Dylan Pasto, highest batting average against these Mohawks. Logan Sanchez, 2 bombs in the last 3. Jamie Z, Dylan Fitzsimmons, Adonis Medina, George Baker, Casey Comiskey. Brandon Fish rounds things out at 10. They'll be going against Zach Hernandez.
He's been the second best starter for Amsterdam all season long. Comes into today with an ERA at just above 3. But Dan, in the month of July, Amsterdam's 2-2 in his 4 starts.
Stallions lost here 8-7 in the East Division Final last year. Looking for revenge. Rodriguez in the box. Hernandez is set, and we are underway from Shuttleworth Park. First pitch grounded foul, first strike 1. This is an Amsterdam team that's won the East Division Final 13 straight seasons. Under head coach Keith Griffin, they have never not made it to the PGCBL East Finals and are looking to get back to the overall finals and visit the Batavia Muck Dogs tomorrow. No ball, 1 strike count on Rodriguez. He takes it at the knees for a strike. First time today we're seeing where the strike zone is going to be established. Rodriguez has got a battle here and a no ball, 2 strike count. He's the Stallions' best hitter by average this season, and it's a big one for Saugerties that he's in the lineup here tonight. Hernandez set. Here's the pitch. Base hit straight up the middle. Stallions starting just how they want. They got Rodriguez on to start the game.
Rodriguez picking up right where he left off here at Shuttleworth Park. Came into today with 7 hits and 11 at-bats here at Shuttleworth. Now make that 8 for 12.
We talked about it in the pregame show. The Stallions have to throw the first punch here tonight, and what a job that was by Rodriguez. 2 strikes on him. Liner up the middle. It'll be Cam Carroll next year for Saugerties. He's behind the dish tonight with Rodriguez at first, who leads this team in the stolen base category with 29. First pitch from Hernandez. Misses outside for ball 1. Against the Mohawks in particular, Carroll has been excellent and over 300 batting average. 9 walks is the big number you point to. He's been very disciplined against a skilled Amsterdam staff. Rodriguez goes to second. Here's the first test on the throw down. Not in time. Rodriguez with the stolen bag. He gets under the tag from Holcraft, and the Stallions have a runner into scoring position here in the first.
The ball beat Rodriguez to the bag, but he somehow found a way to avoid the tag. First stolen base for the Ponies. They led the regular season in the PGCBL in that category.
Carroll, 14 RBIs on the season, looking for a pivotal first one here in the postseason and to give the Ponies an early lead here at a 2-ball, no strike count. Hernandez fires. Carroll fouls it straight back. He was on that one. Just got a little bit under it.
He's right on it. 2 balls, 1 strike. Still a hitter's count as well. I would expect another fastball coming and be ready to drive if you're Carroll.
Winner go home here at Shuttleworth Park between the Stallions and the Mohawks. The only victory for Saugerties over the last 7 postseason appearances was in 2021 when they won it all. Trying to get back to a point where they could have another championship opportunity. 2-1. High and away. 3 balls, 1 strike, and you got the hard-hitting Dylan Pasto waiting on deck.
And he's crushed Amsterdam. He's played in 9 of the 11 games, a .375 batting average.
Stallions would certainly love to bring him to the dish here early on, and you narrow that in a little bit more. A .562 average here at Shuttleworth so far this season for him. Hernandez set. Here's the pitch. Carroll lines it into center field. Moving over is Filippi, and he makes a nice sliding play for the first out of the game. Carroll robbed of a hit.
And that's a big play for Amsterdam. If that ball gets down, the Stallions throw the first punch of the ball game and take a 1-0 lead. If you're Hernandez out on the mound, you got to be counting your lucky stars.
But that was good contact right there from Cam Carroll. You can't be mad at that at-bat. If you are a Stallions fan, and now Dylan Passu has been the best hitter for the Stallions here at Shuttleworth Park, steps into the box. Zach Hernandez so far this season, just 2 earned runs given up against Saugerties across his 9 innings of work, and that was in 2 separate appearances. Rodriguez at second with 1 down. First pitch misses on the outside corner for ball 1. Hernandez has gone to the outside part a couple times. It's not being called so far.
And that's the biggest thing. New game brings a new home plate umpire. You got to try and find out where his zone is. If he's going to consistently call the outside corner a ball, then maybe Hernandez is going to start to go inside on these left-handed hitters for the Ponies.
1-0. Fastball at the knees, and that is where we see the consistency early on. The low strike is being called. The outer half, not so much. 1-1 strike with 1 out here to Dylan Passo and Rodriguez over at second. Stallions trying to score first. Put some pressure on the Mohawks. Rodriguez dancing off of second. 1-1. Off speed. It's the first time we've seen Hernandez go to the big breaker. Passo misses it. 1-2.
Good pitch in a 1-1 count from Hernandez with back-to-back fastballs prior. Goes to the breaking ball to get himself into a pitcher-friendly count. I wouldn't be surprised if he doubles up on it.
First time there's been a 1-2 count with Dylan Passo at the plate. Makes contact, grounds it over to the right side. McCullough steps on the bag. Rodriguez moves to third. And now the Stallions are going to need Logan Sanchez, who's been the hottest hitter on this team as of late, to step up with 2 outs.
But it's a productive out from Passo as well. Rodriguez over there at third now. He's got great speed, so if a ball gets behind the catcher touchstone, look for Rodriguez to take advantage and put the Ponies on the board.
And you could see Passo talking with Sanchez before he came into the box about what Hernandez has been doing well so far in this start. This is a big spot here early on. Sanchez crushes the first pitch over to Holcraft. He gloves it on a hop, throw to first, and the Mohawks get out of the jam. It's going to be the story of this game. Who's going to leave more left on? The Stallions do it first. Mohawks coming to bat. Dan Gallup on the bump for Saugerties. Bottom of the first here in Amsterdam. Dan Schallon with you. Alongside Nick Zuppi, Stallions leave a runner at third in the top of the first. And the man that they're going to need to string together some zeros is Dan Gallup against a lineup here tonight that Keith Griffin has tweaked from the first game. Chris Holcraft is going to lead things off. That stays the same. And then it's going to be Jake Sparks, Bray Touchstone, the MVP candidate, in there at the 3-hole. Luke Costello cleans things up. Then it's Brandon McCrane, Brett Rowell, the extra hitter, Luke Filippi out in center, John McCullough, John Young Jr., and Peyton Jemison against the Franklin Marshall righty.
Dan Gallup toeing the slab for the Stallions here tonight. He only pitched twice in the regular season, 6 1/3, yet to give up an earned run. But Dan, the last time he pitched was a 4 1/3 inning appearance out of the bullpen against these Amsterdam Mohawks at Cantine about 3 weeks ago, where he did not allow a single earned run.
Got 5 strikeouts in that appearance as well. The Stallions are going to need similar numbers. He deals the first pitch to Holcraft outside for ball one. The defense for the Stallions tonight is Cam Carroll behind the dish, Fish at third, Comiskey at short. Then it's Z over at second, Passo at first. Left to right in the outfield, Fitzsimmons, Rodriguez, and Medina. 1-0 is fouled off. We know that Galliff, his bread and butter is that fastball. Led Franklin and Marshall in strikeouts this past season on the entire staff.
He loves setting the count early in his favor with that four-seam fastball. He'll throw it away to righties because it's got a little bit of tail on it, and which goes into lefties.
1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. 2 hopper to Comiskey. Here's the throw to first. It's not going to be in time. Infield single. That's some of the challenges that Shuttleworth Park proposes. Turf on the infield compared to grass.
Big hop from Holcraft. Nothing you could do if you're Comiskey. He had to wait for the ball to come down, and he made a good play. It was a clean throw over to first, but Holcraft just a little too fast.
Jake Sparks, the designated hitter, steps in, and he has been mashing since coming back to these Mohawks. A .435 average for him in 6 games. Both teams getting their leadoff runner on by way of the single. Hard hit ball over to Z. It goes off his glove and into the outfield. Medina has trouble with it. Holcraft will go to third, and the Mohawks are set up to start with runners at the corners and nobody down.
Sparks played for the Mohawks last summer. He played in 3 playoff games where he had a .250 batting average, 1 hit and 4 at-bats. Here today, picks up his first.
Nick, here's what we talked about as well in the pregame show. If the Stallions are going to win here tonight, they cannot have an inning where they let up 3 or more runs. That is just a recipe for disaster against the Mohawks and a big first test here early on.
Especially with Touchstone coming up. Last time these two teams played here, he had a home run.
First pitch, fouled off to the right side. Touchstone has been one of, if not the best hitter on this Amsterdam squad. His OPS sitting at above 1,000 coming into this game.
He leads the PGCBL in RBIs with 42. The next closest guy is in the 30s.
Galliff is set. Here's the pitch. Carroll does a nice job behind the dish, 1-1. For Amsterdam, last time out was against Boonville in the semifinals, and in that game they scored all of their runs in 1 inning. It was a 4 spot in the bottom of the second, but nothing outside of that. 1 ball, or 2 balls, 1 strike on Bray Touchstone. And that's the thing here. The Stallions will be okay giving up the sac fly. They just want to avoid the crooked number.
Trading out for a run, that's the biggest thing.
2 balls and 1 strikes, runners at the corners. A check over at first on Sparks just to break things up, calm it down a little bit. Galliff has pounded the zone early on, back-to-back singles for the Mohawks, both of which could have been defensive outs as well.
Z made a nice effort on Sparks' ball, who's over at first.
Ground ball over to Fish, and he's got Holcraft caught in a rundown. He'll throw to Carroll, and he's still dancing over there. There's the tag at third, and the Stallions get the lead runner. You can't ask for anything more there.
The Stallions defense coming into today had some question marks in it. 13 straight games with an error, but one of the solid players defensively for the Ponies 2 days ago against Utica was Brandon Fish over there at third. 6 for 6 on plays, and here today gets the lead runner, Holcraft.
And that's a big one as well, given how dangerous Bray Touchstone has been. And Fish was in this spot last year with the Stallions where they lost 8-7. He said before the game he has a chip on his shoulder coming into this one, and that's showing already early on. First and second with 1 down here for Luke Costello, the left fielder. First pitch to him is down on the dirt. He swings for strike 1.
Galliff's doing a nice job of working ahead. He's thrown strike 1 to all 4 hitters he's faced, which is going to be big navigating this tough Mohawk lineup.
No ball, 1 strike count. 2 runners on with 1 down here for Amsterdam. Started this inning with back-to-back singles. Galliff misses outside. He's had to face a lot of righties here early on.
3 of them so far. Holcraft, He singled. Jake Sparks, the lone lefty, singled as well, with Touchstone just grounding into the fielder's choice.
Gallus struggling a little bit with the zone. Back-to-back 2-ball, 1-strike counts. Cam Carroll wants to talk things over with him out there on the bump. Just got to go back to that play by Fish. That is a momentum play for the Stallions defensively, and now they have a chance to work out of this jam.
Certainly, Dan. To cut down the lead runner in that scenario was huge because now there's one out in the inning, runners on first and second. A ground ball gets Gallup out of this thing, and Stallions offense back in the batter's box.
Kirk Costello, a .351 average. That's above Bray Touchstone. With 10 RBIs on the year. Gallup tried to paint the outside corner. He does not get the call. And now a dangerous 3-1 count.
And that's a pitch that Gallup is not going to be liked called a ball all game long. This is a guy who lives on the outer third to righties, which is the inner third to lefties. If that's a ball all game, Gallup might not be too happy.
3-1. Weak pop-up on the infield. Z is under it. There's 2 out in the inning. So after the first 2 singles, Gallup's gotten back-to-back outs.
Big pitches from Gallup in a 3-1 hitter's count against Lou Costello. He pulled the trigger and forced weak contact over to Z.
He's got to deal with Brandon McCrane, the hard-hitting righty from Auburn. For this Mohawks lineup, that's now 4 righties in their top 5. Something the Stallions can definitely attack down the stretch with a couple of their arms in the pen. First and second with 2 down. First pitch is a called strike at the bottom of the zone.
Stallions on the other side of things, Dan. Their offense is comprised of mostly lefties. Cam Carroll's a switch hitter batting second. Then you go Paso in the 3-hole batting from the left side as well.
A 1. Gallup is trying to live in the bottom part of the zone where strikes have been called in this game. 1-1. Big game here at Shuttleworth Park. It's win or go home, the first day of August. And Gallup's got a 1-ball, 2-strike count.
He's 1 strike away from getting out of things. He had 5 strikeouts in his last appearance against Amsterdam, over 4 1/3 innings. One strike away from getting out of things and picking up his first tonight.
And this one feels like where you go with the fastball that tails away on the plate, and even if it gets by, they're at first and second. No one's going to come home here from third. A big pitch to start things off in the bottom of the first. 1-2, 2 outs with 2 runners on. Gallup fires, he misses high and away. A solid waste pitch there from him.
In a 1-2 count, that's exactly what he could have gone to. A waste pitch up in the zone, change the eye level of McCrane up and out of the zone. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to tunnel a slider in here with a 2 balls and 2 strikes.
2s all over the board. 2-2, 2 outs, 2 runners on. 2 hits for the Mohawks in the bottom of the first. And Gallup gets the strike 3 call. A big stand for the Stallions here in the bottom of the first.
Dan Gallup, after allowing 2 hits to start the inning, gets the Amsterdam Mohawks 1-2-3. And both pitchers here in the early on here, Dan, get out of jams.
It cannot be emphasized enough how big that is for the Stallions momentum-wise to get the 0 on the board early on. They've got Z, Fitzsimmons, and Medina coming to bat in the second.
All right, it's time for the home run derby. These guys are from
Top of the second here in Amsterdam. Dan Shalom with you alongside Nick Zuppi. Nick, what a big play that was by Brandon Fish at third in the first. That really changed the entire scheme of that inning for the Stallions defensively.
Amsterdam had runners on the corners, first and third. Ground ball over to Fish at third. He nails Holcraft, who was the lead runner. Dan, that was really big, and both pitchers in the first inning had to navigate out of a situation where there was a runner in scoring position and nobody out.
It'll be Jamie Z to lead it off here in the top of the second for Saugerties. Z over at second for the second time here in the postseason. First pitch from Hernandez. Checks it, goes around for strike one. Hernandez in the first led up the leadoff single to Luis Rodriguez. He stole second, would advance to third on a Dylan Paso ground out. Logan Sanchez had a hard hit ball over to short. Holcraft made a nice play to end the threat. 1 ball, 1 strike.
But all four of those bats for the Stallions in the first were good at bats. Carroll had a 3-1 pitch that he swung at, and Filippi made a nice play out in center. Passos was productive and moved a runner, and Sanchez hit it hard.
1-1. Gets the call on the outside part. 1-2 to the Stallions 5-0 hitter Jamie Z, who's had a great season going into his freshman year at Notre Dame, a .273 batting average, 25 runs batted in. Hernandez deals. Misses on the inside. 2-2. Every at-bat for the Stallions so far, they've either swung at the first pitch or worked it deep.
And that's all you can ask for from the Stallions offense. Make Hernandez work out on the mound.
2-2 offering. Z swings down low for strike three. First K of the day for Zach Hernandez, and there's one down.
And this is a guy, Danny, at 35 Ks and 34 innings pitched for Amsterdam in the regular season. Averages about a strikeout an inning.
Dylan Fitzsimmons comes to the plate now. He has been clutch for the Stallions a handful of times in the regular season, and they're going to need it once again here in the East Division Final against the Mohawks. First pitch from Hernandez. Called strike at the top of the zone. Hernandez has only given up 9 hits against these Stallions across 10 innings so far this year, and is off to a flying start already in the top of the second. 1-1 count.
But he's facing a guy, Dylan Fitzsimmons, who over his last 7 games, Dan, hitting .375. That's a big reason why he's bumped up all the way to 6th tonight.
It's a large part why Logan Sanchez is in the cleanup spot as well, going purely off of who's been hot. The 1-1 breaker, not there. 2-1. So that's what you like to see. Home plate umpires being consistent in this game.
Exactly that. Consistency is the name of the game. If you know where the strike zone is, if you're a pitcher for either team, that's where you're going to attack.
Two-one. Big cut and a miss from Fitzsimmons. Back-to-back 2-ball, 2-strike counts here to start things in the top half of the second, and Fitzsimmons readjusts the helmet. This being the first taste of postseason baseball that a lot of these guys on the Stallions are getting. Obviously played against Utica, but this is a much more high-pressure situation with a chip to the championship on the line. Fitzsimmons fouls it back. Stays at 2-2.
But, Dan, this is a guy who has plenty of playoff experience in high school. For Morris Knowles, they were always in the New Jersey State Tournament ever since Fitzsimmons was on the varsity as a freshman.
Trying to channel some of that energy here at Shuttleworth, and he goes down swinging. Back-to-back strikeouts to start the top of the second for Zach Hernandez. 2 down.
And it's been the breaking ball on back-to-back hitters for the Stallions. Z went chasing, and Hernandez paints it perfectly that Fitzsimmons has nothing to do other than take a hack at it and hope for the best.
Adonis Medina steps in, and he really made a name for himself in his first game here at Shuttleworth Park. Fielded the ball out in left, through to first for a double play. has plenty of pop in the bat as well. Homered in his first game against the Utica Blue Sox. Finds himself down 0-1.
Overall, Medina's hit very well against Amsterdam in 3 games, 4 for 11, a .363 batting average.
The 0-1. Nabs Medina. It's the first hit by pitch of the game from either arm. Stallions have a 2-out base runner for a dangerous George Baker.
George Baker loves hitting here at Shuttleworth Park. 3 games played, 5 for 12 with 2 extra base hits.
Talk about a guy the Stallions want here in a big spot, especially righty on lefty. Medina with plenty of speed, a ball to the gap, could score the first run of this game. Baker playing in his first game since the regular season finale against Utica. In that one, he went 2 for 3. Medina fakes the steal, pitches high and away for ball 1.
Medina had 6 stolen bases in the regular season across 9 ball games with 2 outs in the inning. I would expect him to try to be on the move and take second.
Rodriguez stole in the first. Stallions tonight are 1 for 1. Stolen bag attempts. 1-0. And Baker's got himself into his hit in a hitter's count here. 2 balls, no strikes.
And if you're Baker in the batter's box, whatever that pitch is that's your favorite, pull the trigger. If not, continue to work the count against Hernandez. All 3 Stallions thus far in the inning who've hit have been working the count.
Big gap between center and right for George Baker. 2-0. Such a big hack that the bat comes out of his hands all the way to the Mohawks dugout. 2 ball, 1 strikes.
And that's okay. Big hack from Baker. 2 outs in the inning. A runner on first. Tried to give the Stallions a 2-0 lead with 1 swing. This is a guy who's got plenty of pop. I don't blame it. I don't blame him.
And he's still in a friendly hitter's count here. 2-1 with Medina at first. Stallions looking to make something happen with 2 outs. Medina goes. Here's the throw down. In time. And Medina's nabbed to end the inning. Hernandez works a 1-2-3 here in the second. Thanks to his defense, still no score here at Shuttleworth. It's the bottom half of the second at Shuttleworth Park. There's still no score between the Stallions and the Mohawks. Adonis Medina caught stealing by Bray touchdown to end things off in the top of the second. And Nick, it's imperative now that the Stallions put a 0 on the board here in the bottom half.
Just play even baseball with the Mohawks through the first 2, and that's okay. 0 runs allowed, 0 runs scored. Got his real shot through the first 2.
It's going to be Brett Rowell, the extra hitter for the Mohawks. First pitch misses outside for ball 1. Gallup got into a little bit of trouble in the first. Led up back-to-back singles, but worked out of it. 3 straight outs, put a 0 on the board. 1 out. Fouled straight back. 1 ball, 1 strike. Galliff is set at the belt. Here's the pitch. Works into a 1-2 count. This only Galliff's third appearance of the year for Saugerties, but has not let up an earned run just yet. Makes sense why they go to him in what is the most important game of the year.
Win or go home, Dan. If you lose, you're done.
1-2. Hit sharply into center field. Leadoff single for Brett Rowell. And that is now back-to-back innings where the Mohawks have gotten their leadoff runner on by way of the single.
Number 12, Luke Philippi.
Luke Philippi will be next. He's out in center field tonight. And this seems like a situation where Keith Griffin would be more than comfortable throwing down the bunt. Ground ball over to short. Comiskey throws to Z. He troubles with the transition. However, the Stallions get the lead runner, and there's one down.
That's all right. Stallions still get one defensively. Not the worst play to just eat it at second.
And that is a speedy Philippi over there at first, so it would have been bang-bang either way to get him over there. John McCullough steps in here for the Mohawks. With Philippi over at first and one down, he's a speed threat. Could definitely think about sending him.
He had 11 stolen bases in the regular season, put him at fourth most on this Amsterdam squad.
Cam Carroll has not been tested yet tonight, and Galliff deals a first pitch strike.
We're going over to Cam Carroll behind the dish, Dan. He's been nails all season long. He's had a caught stealing in his last 3 games as the catcher.
And he started last game at catcher against Utica in the first round, and it makes sense why he's right back there. Hard hit ball between first and second is through. Philippi's going to stop at second. So Galliff's faced with the same scenario that he was put in the first and second with one out.
But he's still one pitch away from getting out of things here in the second. Amsterdam's put a lot of balls on the ground already here through the first inning and a third for them on offense. A double play puts up a 0 here in the second inning for Galliff.
Power bat of John Young Jr. at the plate. He is over at second base tonight. Mohawks already have 4 hits on the board. Nothing to show for it just yet. First pitch from Galliff. Flowing into left field. Fitzsimmons is under it. He makes the play comfortably, and there's 2 out.
Nice pitch from Galliff. You can't get any more efficient than that. 1 pitch, 1 out. Now there's 2 down in the inning with the number 10 hitter, Jemison, coming up. You got to get him here with the top of the order and Holcraft looming on deck.
And Holcraft has been a clutch bat for the Mohawks. The Stallions do not want to face him. Peyton Jemison in the 10 hole. He's over at third base tonight for Amsterdam. First pitch from Galliff. Gets away from Cam Carroll, and both runners move up 90 feet. The only good news about that pitch is at least the runners were not at second and third, and a run did not come home to score. There's still 2 outs.
But now they are at second and third, so if there's another pass ball, Galliff has got to sprint to the plate to try to get Philippi, who will be coming home.
Jemison in there tonight for his defense. Only a .204 hitter on the season with the Mohawks. Finished with 11 RBIs. 1 out. Galliff does a beautiful job painting the outside corner for strike 1.
Jemison was in there 2 days ago against the Boonville Lumberjacks, where he was on base twice, drew 2 walks, and he hit in the bottom of the order 10th as well.
Second and third, 2 outs. 1-1. Misses out and away. 2 balls and 1 strike. This is the 4th time the Mohawks have had runners in scoring position. They had 2 in the first, 2 here in the second. Stallions looking for another gutsy stand defensively. Mile high pop-up goes out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Amsterdam has 2 of their 4 hits in a 2-strike count. Gallup has got to find that put-away pitch, whatever it is, fastball, breaking ball, changeup, whatever you have to go to get the job done.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs with 2 on here in the bottom of the second. Gallup fires. Strike 3, got him swinging. Dan Gallup has gotten into some hot water here in the first couple of innings, but worked out of it both times. Still tied at 0 going to the third. Tension building here at Shuttleworth Park between the Stallions and the Mohawks. No score through 2 innings. Nick, it's been a great job by Dan Gallup, but on the other side of things, Zach Hernandez worked efficiently in that second. Back-to-back strikeouts to start the inning, and then Touchstone helped him out, catching Medina stealing.
And Touchstone is 1 for 2 on stolen bases behind the plate. 2 good throws, though. Both of those on the money when Rodriguez stole first. He had to get out of the way of the tag, and he was safe, but nailed Medina last inning.
George Baker will start things off here for the Stallions. In the top of the third, he was at the plate in a 2-2 count before Medina was nabbed. He has been the best hitter by average for these Stallions here at Shuttleworth Park. Trying to start things off here in the third with a bang. First pitch. Way outside from Hernandez. Didn't pull down the breaker fully. 1-0. Four hits for the Mohawks so far. The only one for the Stallions coming from leadoff man Luis Rodriguez to start off this ball game. 1-0. Misses down low in the dirt. Baker doing what he just did in the top half of the second. 2-0 count to start.
It was the bottom of the order 2 days ago against the Utica Blue Sox for the Stallions. 8, 9, 10 combined to go 6 for 11 with 3 runs and 2 RBIs.
Hernandez deals. Baker smacks a ball into right field. That one's down. Hops against the wall. Baker's going to stop that first. It's a long single to start the inning, and the first hit for the Stallions since the first.
It's the first time since the first inning as well where the Ponies have the leadoff runner on. Baker has to stop at first here at Shuttleworth. It's only 280 down the right field line. Nearly had a home run, but nonetheless, Stallions have their second hit of the ball game.
Casey Comiskey at the plate. You want to talk about consistency. That is Casey Comiskey. 38 games for him this season out of 43 for Saugerties. Cuts and misses for strike 1. And in that time, 284, but Nick, he wasn't always at that mark.
No, through the first 13 games, he was at 150. Ever since then, his batting average has nearly doubled, and he's been one of the most consistent hitters for the Ponies all summer long.
Finds himself in an 0-1 count. Pops it up over to Young Jr. at second. Makes the play, and there's one down. Brandon Fish at the plate. This is a guy who's been in this spot before. Played for the Stallions last year where they lost 8-7 here at Shuttleworth Park. And in that game, he was in the 2-hole. Had a double in that one and a pivotal RBI walk in the 9th inning, which made it a 2-run ball game. Trying to get his revenge Hernandez gets a strike call. 0-1.
We got to talk to him a couple of days ago, Dan, and all he said was, "I want revenge on Amsterdam." This is a guy who's going to lay it all on the line tonight in a winner-go-home game.
He wants it bad. 0-1. Hernandez has gone to that breaker twice in the inning and left it in the right-handed batter's box both times.
But that was the strikeout pitch. Last inning, he got Z swinging and Fitzsimmons swinging as well.
Don't want to leave that elevated in the middle of the zone. Fish has a triple so far this year, his only extra base hit of the season. 1-1. Just goes foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Stallions have Luis Rodriguez due up, who has 1 of 2 hits in the game so far. Fish stares into the eyes of Hernandez in a 1 ball, 2 strike count with Baker at first. Here's the pitch. Tried to go to the put-away breaker. It has not been working for him here in this inning, 2-2.
Fish is a guy who's going to make Hernandez work out on the mound as well. Only 3 strikeouts across 8 games played here in the summer of 2025 as a Stallion.
And despite not letting anything across, Hernandez has thrown a lot of pitches here early on. 2-2. Was looking for the call on the outside part of the plate, but Fish puts it full.
With a full count and only 1 out, I would expect Baker to be on the move. Fish has good contact skills at the plate. He's going to put the ball in play if it's close, which would keep you out of the double play if Baker goes.
Payoff. Fish pops it up. Right back to Young Jr. at second. It's back-to-back outs to the second baseman here in the third after the leadoff single from Baker. Top of the order for Stallions here. Luis Rodriguez coming to the plate. Once again, Nick, hasn't been bad at bats from the Stallions. Just missing the 1 swing at the end of it.
They're making Hernandez work. That's the biggest thing. Through the first time through the lineup, 5 of them have been at least a 2-ball count. They're making Hernandez work.
Rodriguez takes a first pitch strike. Started it off with the single straight up the middle. Baker at first. Hernandez shakes off signs twice. Now comes set. Here's the pitch. Rodriguez smacks it into center field. Going back is Filippi, and he makes the play. Stallions have left 2 runners on here through the first 3. Nothing to show for it going to the bottom of the third. Bottom of the third here in Amsterdam, and there's still no score between the Stallions and the Mohawks. Nick, this really feels like the inning here for Dan Gallup. That's going to be make or break. He's got the top of the order due up. That had back-to-back singles off him to start the game in the first.
Certainly, Amsterdam's offense to the first 2 innings, they have 4 hits. They really haven't yet to take advantage of the runners in scoring position that they've had. 0 for 5 here early on through the first 2.
And they've left 4 on through the first 2 as well. Chris Holcraft will lead it off. Had a single in the first, made it all the way to third before he was caught in a pickle with Brandon Fish making a nice play at the hot corner. Gallup shakes off the first sign. His first pitch here in the bottom of the third is a swinging strike. He's done a nice job adjusting to the umpire's zone here early on. Has gotten into some trouble, but he's really done a nice job of working out of it. 0-1. Gallup thought it was there. It just misses on the outside part. 1-1.
Gallup has done a nice job of establishing the outer third to right-handed hitters, but he can't completely fall asleep on the inner third. He's got to mix it up every now and then.
Tried to go down low. 2-1. Similar to Hernandez, the Mohawks have made him work here early on in this start.
Hernandez has been in 5 counts with the Stallions offense that have gone to at least 2 balls.
He's worked himself into a 2-ball, 2-strike count here. Only has 1 strikeout on the evening, and that came to Brandon McCrane looking to end things off in the first. Stallions have a good amount of supporters here on the road, stacked up against the dugout and in the stands here on the third base side. Rest all Amsterdam. 2-2. Holcraft stays alive. Holcraft usually likes to drive the ball from the top of the zone, but Gallup is keeping him down low.
And Gallup throws from a lower arm slot as well. He's got like a little bit of like a three-quarter arm slot out on the mound.
Two. Holcraft pops it up into foul territory. Passo chasing it. Going to be a tough play. He can't make it. Ball drops foul. Put in a good effort to get there.
Certainly, Dan Passo had to run a long way from his first base position. Good effort.
Holcraft has fouled off a couple of pitches. Him and Gallup battling here to start things in the third. Mohawks have had the leadoff runner on in every inning to start. Two-ball, 2-strike count here on the Amsterdam leadoff man. Gallup fires. Hard hit into left. Fitzsimmons moves back a couple of steps and he makes the play for the first out here in the bottom of the third.
Couple of foul balls from Holcraft, but Gallup eventually wins the battle. Nice job from Gallup to consistently throw strikes and get the leadoff guy for the first time through the first 3.
And that feels like a little bit of a momentum builder as the Stallions haven't retired the leadoff runner up until now. Jake Sparks, the designated hitter, checks his swing, goes around for strike 1. Sparks had a single in the first, reached second, but was stranded there. Gallup tried to go back to the inside part. It's 1-1. This already way more low scoring than last year's affair here at Shuttleworth Park. Mohawks had 5 runs through the first 2. Stallions had 2. And Gallup lets the fastball run inside and plunk Sparks. And that hit him right on the knee. Seems to be in a little bit of discomfort. Hernandez plunked Medina back in the second, and now Gallup returns the favor. And over there, Sparks is limping a little bit on his way down to first. Checking in with the trainer. Wanted to make sure everything's okay on that knee, and we hope that all is okay with Jake Sparks as he goes down to first. They're still consulting with him over at first base. Trying to get him to run down the line and see if he can put weight on that knee. Hit him in the right knee. He's going to stay in this game. Bray Touchstone comes to the place. For Touchstone. All the way back in the first, grounded over to Fish, who read it and did a nice job of retiring Holcraft, who had made it all the way over to third by that point. First pitch. Gallup finds the inside part. Strike one.
Touchstone's been a monster in the regular season for the Amsterdam Mohawks. Leads the league in batting average and RBIs. Tied for second, home runs as well.
Gallup working quickly. Slide step in there, 1-1. Carroll doing a nice job blocking that pitch. There's only been one wild pitch in this game. That was last inning. Runners moved up to second and third, but nothing came of it, with Peyton Jemison striking out to end the inning. 1-1. Popped up out of play. 1-2 strike count.
Gallup is way ahead on Touchstone here with 1 ball and 2 strikes. It's okay if he wastes 1 or 2 to maybe change the eye level or depth perception of Touchstone with a ball out of the zone.
Gives a look at Sparks over at first. 1-2. Touchstone stays alive. Gallup, you could see it there, tried to work to the outside part of the plate and make Touchstone chase it.
And this is a guy who's a disciplined hitter, though. He's not really going to chase. He only had 12 strikeouts in 41 games played for Amsterdam in the regular season.
1-2 once again. Carroll keeps it close. Sparks thought about it. He goes back to first. A nice job by the Weber backstop. 2-2.
Big play from Carroll to keep Sparks over at first and not move him over into scoring position.
Sparks is still hobbling a little bit on that right knee. And that's why Gallup goes over to give a check just to break things up. 2-2 against Brake Touchstone, who's the leader in this league, favorite to win the MVP. 2-2. Gallup tried to go across him again. Things get a little bit more interesting here in a full count.
Sparks has good speed over there at first, but that knee after the hit by pitch seems to be bothering him a little bit. In a full count with only 1 out, I would expect for him to be on the move and keep Amsterdam out of the double play.
He's getting his lead over there at first. He will go down, like you said. Ground ball over to Fish, and it's foul. Lucky break for Dan Gallup and the Stallions, and that certainly would have scored a run.
Dan, they say baseball is a game of inches, and that proved it right there. Touchstone was inches away from his first extra base hit of the ball game, and that probably would have scored a run as well with Sparks on the move.
We've seen Gallup pick off. He doesn't have really a pickoff move over to first, so you know that Sparks is going to be leaning and probably going once again. Full count, 1 down with a runner on here in the bottom of the third. The 3-2, Sparks going. Ground ball over to short. Comiskey will go to first, so they break up the double play, that being the Mohawks, but the Stallions still get the second out of the inning.
And that's because Sparks tried to steal second on the pitch. That would have been a 6-4-3 double play. Touchstone's not the fastest guy in the world, but regardless, it's a productive out because Sparks does move into scoring position.
And they get Touchstone out once again, who is the most dangerous hitter in this Mohawks lineup. So that is a win for the Stallions, and they just have to deal with 1 runner in scoring position now to Luke Costello. Popped up over to Jamie Z, back in the first. And Gallup fires. First pitch swinging, lazy fly ball into right. Medina moving over, and he makes the play. 3 innings of no-run ball for Dan Gallup here to start at Shuttleworth Park. The Stallions got 2, 3, 4 in the order coming up after this.
Zeros across the board through the first 3 innings for both the Stallions and the Mohawks. Top of the 4th inning for Shuttleworth, Nick Zuppi, alongside Dan Shalom. Stallions have 2-3-4 coming up to bat here in the 4th. Cam Carroll leads things off against Zach Hernandez. Dan, he's only faced 2 above the minimum through the first 3 innings.
This is the time now, Nick. Stallions need to break it open with the heart of their order coming up.
Carroll behind the dish for the Ponies. Takes outside from Hernandez. 1 ball and no strikes. Last time Carroll was back in the batter's box, he was in the first with Luis Rodriguez over at second. A 3-1 count. He flew out to the center fielder Luke Filippi for Amsterdam, who made a nice sliding play, robbing Carroll of an RBI. The 1-0 from Hernandez is fouled to the screen behind home plate. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Stallions have had quality at-bats throughout this entire game, Nick. You and I have talked about it. You really can't point to one guy. Even the strikeouts for both Z and Fitzsimmons, they worked the count deep and battled.
Both of those strikeouts were in a full count, so like you said, Dan, Stallions thus far, even though they only have 2 hits, 3 total base runners, they've been finding ways to work the count and make Hernandez work as well, as he's now ahead 1-2 against Carroll after the foul ball.
And that's the thing. Hernandez is probably on his last couple of innings here for the Mohawks, and you gotta hit him as he starts to trend towards the end of his start.
Hernandez hasn't thrown more than 5 innings in a start here through the first 3. No runs allowed on 2 hits. The 1-2 from the righty misses outside 2-2. Carroll was in the 2 spot 2 days ago against the Utica Blue Sox, where he was on base twice. He went 1 for 3 with a walk, came around to score as well. Stallions offense scored 6 runs in the first 3 innings, zeros the rest of the way. So far, no runs the first 3. 2-2 pitch from is lined up the middle. Young makes the sliding stop. The throw over to first in time. John Young Jr. with a defensive sparkler for the first out of the inning, robbing Cam Carroll of a hit.
Nothing you can do there. Cam's got a smile on his face, jogging back to the dugout. He knew it as well. Should have been a hit. Those are 2 at-bats for him now, where he really should have singles.
We alluded to it earlier. The first one was when Luke Filippi made a nice sliding play out in center field. Dylan Passo now steps in for his second plate appearance. Last time he was up was in the first, and he grounded out to John McKillop over at first, who would step on the bag himself for the second out of the first inning. First pitch from Hernandez misses low, 1-0.
But that was once again another good at-bat. A 2-2 count to Cam Carroll. He hits a hard ball in play to Young Jr. Everything's on the line. Those types of plays are going to be made in this game, but for the Stallions, it's going to break open eventually. Just got to keep going.
1-0 pitch from Hernandez misses outside 2-0. But Dan, over the last 2 games, the Stallions have scored 22 runs in the first 3 innings. They had 16 in the last regular season game against Utica and 6 2 days ago against the Blue Sox in the opening round of the playoffs. So far here today, 0. But like we've been talking about, good at-bats for the offense all the way through to this point. Passo's now in a 3-0 count.
And another thing that you look at, which is a little bit interesting, Hernandez has not issued a walk through the first 3 innings. He had that 1 hit by pitch against Medina. The Stallions have been hitting him. The ball just hasn't been dropping.
25 walks for Hernandez coming into today and just above 34 innings pitched. And finally, fires in a strike, gets a call on the fastball. 3-1 count on Passo, who loves hitting against the Amsterdam Mohawks. He's played in 9 of the 11 games in the regular season, hit .375 with 5 RBIs as well. The 3-1 from Hernandez, chopped in play. It's the second baseman, Young, once more. Fields throws it over to first in time. Back-to-back outs are back-to-back ground outs to Young, but this one, a little bit of an easier play.
Well, once again, you can't ask for more out of Passo. He goes deep into that count, brings it to 2-2, nearly gets a base hit, and now the Stallions have a chance, even though there's nobody on and 2 outs. Logan Sanchez at the plate, who has been a power machine for this team over the last couple of games.
Had a solo home run 2 days ago against the Utica Blue Sox in the bottom of the second inning on the first pitch he saw. This one is lined out into right center. It's going to get it down for a base hit. Sanchez hits first, and he's flying for second. McCrane's throw from the wall is not in time. 2-out double for Logan Sanchez on the first pitch. Here he sees here in the top of the 4th inning, and all of a sudden, Stallions have a real shot to put their first run on the board.
And Sanchez is a guy that once he sees one gets down, he's now in gamer mode for the rest of this one. He's going to be looking for everything middle of the plate. Does a great job there, just flaring it to right. Jamie Z leads this team in home runs with 5. The Stallions have a chance to make some 2-out noise here.
Z had 5 homers over his first 8 games as a Stallion. Since then, none in almost 20 games in the regular season, but he still finished tied for second with Touchstone in the home run category in the PGCBL. Guy with plenty of pop, had 8 more extra base hits as well, 6 doubles and 2 triples. First pitch from Hernandez, misses low, in there. 4 strike 1, home plate umpire consistently calling that low strike.
Certainly he's been a little bit delayed with the call, but it has been consistent. Can't ask for much more in a big game.
Logan Sanchez over at second after he doubled with 2 outs. Cam Carroll and Dylan Paso both grounded out to second, bringing up Jamie Z with a runner on second base in an 0-1 count against Zach Hernandez. He fires home, and this one's spiked in the dirt. 1 ball and 1 strike. Hernandez struck out Z swinging back in the second inning. 1 of 2 strikeouts in the ballgame for him. The other one is Dylan Fitzsimmons, who's on deck. Stallions as a whole don't really strike out a lot. They had the 3rd fewest in the PGCBL regular season, averaging just under 6 a game. Last night, 2 nights ago, they only struck out 4 times. The 1-1 from Hernandez. Big breaking ball that misses inside. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Discipline here from Jamie. He's not chasing anything. The one he did swing at, or didn't swing at, was low in the zone, and it's been a strike all day.
Z's loved hitting here at Shuttleworth Park. 3 games played, 384 batting average, including 2 extra base hits, Dan, that have both come in the 7th inning or later, that both drove in a run as well. The 2-1 from Hernandez in there for strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Logan Sanchez had a 2-out double. He's in scoring position for second baseman Jamie Z. The rising freshman in Notre Dame has done a nice job of providing the Stallions with an offensive spark ever since he joined the Ponies 27 games ago. Hernandez will step off ahead of this big pitch.
Pressure makes diamonds. This is the time here for Jamie Z to step up.
Stallions, no runs through the first 3 innings on offense. 0 for 2 with runners in scoring position at this point in the ball game. The 2-2 from Hernandez. Breaking ball lined over the right side, and McKillop robs Z of an RBI single. He goes full extension for the 3rd out of the inning. 2 gems defensively for Amsterdam. Gives them the home crowd advantage, and it's rocking here at Shuttleworth. Going to the bottom of the 4th, 0-0.
They offer scholarship services and repairs will work on all makes and models.
Diamond defense in the top half of the 4th inning for the Amsterdam Mohawks. John Young Jr. robs Cam Carroll of a hit to start things off, and the final out of the inning was when Jamie Z lined one over to John McKillop at first, going full extension on the dive. 2 of the 3 outs were hit hard from the Stallions offense, who to this point in the ball game have 3 hits, no runs, but they've had good at-bats, Dan.
Certainly, Nick. The 2-out double by Sanchez was an example of that. Z nearly had an RBI single, and it's going to break eventually.
Brandon McCrane leading things off for Amsterdam, and he starts in a 0-1 count against Dan Galliff. And he's another guy on this Stallions team that's really had to work to this point in the ball game, limiting Amsterdam to no runs across the first 3 innings. Appeal to Joe Laspinera Sr. out on the field. No swing. 1 ball and 1 strike. Amsterdam through their first 3 innings on offense. No runs, 4 hits, 2 strikeouts. One of them was McCrane back in the first, and now he's in a 2-1 count after going down looking last time he was up.
Nothing better than this postseason baseball pitcher's duel with a trip to the finals on the line. Someone's got to be the hero in this game on either side.
Amsterdam, the number 1 overall seed in the PGCBL East. The Stallions, number 2 overall in the PGCBL East. Stallions were only 2.5 games behind Amsterdam for the top spot after the regular season came to a close.
And that was the closest it's been over the last 5 years. The Ponies were right there this season.
And they've played Amsterdam well all season long as well. 2-3-1 record here at Shuttleworth. They won 4 of the 11 matchups as well, one of those being a tie. 6 wins for Amsterdam. The 2-2 from Gallup, fouled out of play. Passo on the run, he's by the fence and makes the play. 2 steps in front of the netting for out number 1 of McCrane.
We talk about what needs to go right for the Stallions if they want to keep pace in this game. You need to make those plays in foul territory. Can't be giving extra opportunities to the Mohawks offense. Great job right there by Dylan Passo.
And this is an Amsterdam offense that was lethal in the regular season, 4th in batting average, 1st in on-base percentage, with Brett Rowell stepping in, who had a single last time he was up off Gallup. That led the 2nd inning off as well. First pitch from the right-hander, breaking ball that misses low, 1-0. Brett Rowell was not in the lineup 2 days ago against the Boonville Lumberjacks. Here tonight, batting 6th as the extra hitter. 1-0 pitch, misses low, 2-0. Dan Gallup to this point in the ball game, 3 1/3, 4 hits allowed, 2 strikeouts. But Amsterdam is 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position. Stallions on the other side are 0 for 3, but have hit 1 more inning than the Mohawks as well. First strike is an inside fastball to Rowell, 2-1.
Interesting that Rowell's in the lineup here tonight for the Mohawks. A .240 batting average for him, and he gets the nod over a guy like Alex Jungans, who's over 300, or Will Cowan, who's at .256.
Or Sebastian Harden, who hit .333 over 37 games. Z makes an effort up the middle, but Rowell is 2 for 2. Looks like head coach Keith Griffin-Dan knows something that we don't. Inserts Rowell into the lineup, paying off big time. 2 for 2 through the first 4 innings for the extra hitter.
It makes perfect sense. He's been in this spot 13 years in a row. He knows what works. And for the Mohawks now, that's every inning where they've had a base runner.
Back-to-back innings, though, for Dan Gallup out on the mound, where he retired the leadoff hitter. Brandon McCrane fouled out in foul territory to Dylan Passo over at first, but it's Luke Filippi to step in for his 2nd plate appearance. Hit 8th 2 days ago against the Lumberjacks, hitting 7th here today. Takes outside, 1-0. Filippi had a record-breaking season in the regular season. He broke the Amsterdam single-season walks record with 42, playing in every single game but 2 for the Mohawks. He played in 42 of the team's 44. The 1-0 from Gallup, grounded in play over to short. Comiskey Fields will go to Z at second, onto first, in time! 6-4-3 double play, and the Stallions' defense has been perfect through the first 4 innings. We got a pitcher's duel at Shuttleworth. Number 1 versus number 2 in the East are scoreless through 4. We're going to the 5th. 6, 7, 8 due up here in the 5th against Zach Hernandez for the Stallions. Dylan Fitzsimmons leading things off. But Dan Gallup through the first 4 innings has led up a hit in 3 of those, but zeros across the board for both starting pitchers here through the first 4 innings at Shuttleworth. Fitzsimmons steps in against Hernandez and takes outside 1-0. 3 hits for the Stallions, 5 for Amsterdam. 2 strikeouts for Hernandez to go along with 2 for Gallup as well. Both these teams are just about even through the first 4 innings. The 1-0 from Hernandez. Fastball in the lower third for strike 1.
And now feels like the time where the Stallions have to get to Hernandez. The Mohawks have sent a couple of arms down to the bullpen to go sit and warm if things get out of trouble, but he's coming to the end of the start.
Fitzsimmons struck out swinging the last time he was up in the 2nd inning and swings and misses. Count now moves to 1 ball and 2 strikes, but Dylan Fitzsimmons coming into today, if you include 2 days ago's playoff game against the Utica Blue Sox, 9 for his last 23. Good for a batting average of .375 over his last 7 ball games. The 1-2 from Hernandez misses outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Some more what we've been talking about. Competitive at-bats, and at some point, something is going to break for the Stallions. They've been close here through the first 4.
0 for 3 with runners in scoring position for the Stallions. Offense through the first 4 innings of play, and Fitzsimmons chases the breaking ball low in the zone for strike 3. 3rd strikeout of the ball game for Hernandez. 2nd time he gets Fitzsimmons swinging. 1 out.
It's been the slider. It's what's tripped him up so far. Fitzsimmons in this game. Medina needs to pick up some slack here for Saugerties.
Medina now steps in. The last time he was up was in the 2nd inning, and Hernandez plunked him with the pitch, who then later, a couple pitches later, would get caught stealing second base from Touchstone behind the plate for Amsterdam. He starts off here in the 5th, slams his bat after popping one to the right side. Second baseman Young in foul territory makes the play for out number 2 on 1 pitch.
That was an at-bat where it was simply too easy right there for Hernandez. First pitch is popped way up in the sky. George Baker has been promising so far here for the Stallions, and they would love for a 2-out knock.
Baker led things off in the 3rd. Last time he was up with a single down the right field line. Had to stop there even though it did hit the wall. Only 280 down left field and right field here at Shuttleworth Park. Big home run ballpark. Amsterdam certainly took advantage of it. They led the PGCBL in home runs with 20 in the regular season. First pitch to Baker, and he's plunked by the pitch. And the last time he played in the regular season finale against the Blue Sox, he was plunked, and here today he's hit by the pitch. Baker's now been on base both times.
And it's the second 2-out hit by pitch by Hernandez. Happened to Medina back in the 2nd. This is basically, for the Stallions, Mohawks giving you an extra out, and you have to capitalize.
Casey Comiskey looking to do that now, and he's got a big hole to hit to out on the right side. John Young Jr., the second baseman, in double play depth with McKillop holding on Baker over at first. This is a guy who loves going to the opposite field. First pitch from Hernandez. Comiskey takes it for strike 1. Nothing in 1 count with 2 outs. Last time Comiskey was up, he popped up to the right side of the infield. John Young Jr. made the play. That was back in the 3rd inning. Hernandez set at the belt. Kicks and fires home, and Comiskey swings and misses. Nothing in 2 count. George Baker over at first after he was just hit by the pitch. Last time Casey Comiskey played, he hit 10th in the lineup against the Utica Blue Sox. In round 1 of the playoffs, went 1 for 3 with a run scored and a walk. The 0-2 from Hernandez misses upstairs. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Stallions looking for the big hit. 3 through the first 4 2/3 on offense. No runs yet for the Ponies, but no runs yet for Amsterdam either. Pitchers duel here at Shuttleworth. Win or go home ball game. The 1-2 from Hernandez. Flied over to the right side. McCrane coming in. Young going out. It will be the second baseman for Amsterdam to make the play. A 2-out hit by pitch from Hernandez. does not haunt him out on the mound. Stallions put up a 0. We're going to the bottom half of the 5th.
No runs, no hits, and 1 left.
Bottom of the 5th inning from Shuttleworth. Nick Zuppi alongside Dan Shalom. Zach Hernandez for the Amsterdam Mohawks. He's been the starter, and he's the only Mohawk to pitch as well. Came into today, 9 innings pitched. Only allowed 2 earned runs against the Stallions. Here today, 5 scoreless, only on 3 hits.
He's been excellent. You can't ask for anything more out of him. No runs, and has really limited the Stallions' offense. Gallup needs to get through the bottom of the order here for Saugerties.
John McKillop leading things off, 8, 9, 10 due up for Amsterdam. Last time McKillop was up was in the 2nd inning. He singled off of Gallup, but Gallup has answered. Hernandez through the first 4 innings fires in another strike on the outside corner, nothing in 2 count. Gallup has given up 5 hits, 1 in each of the 1 hit allowed in 3 of the first 4 innings for Gallup. 2 strikeouts as well. McCrane looking and Jemison swinging. The kick and the pitch home. McKillop fouls it off the catcher, Cam Carroll of Saugerties, so we'll do it again. Nothing in 2.
And 2 pitchers strolled down to the bullpen for Saugerties, that being Virgil Heath and Jake Martino. They are now coming back, but putting their bags out there. Seems like it'll be one of those 2 out of the bullpen once Gallup's day is done.
James Reddick of Amsterdam as well, Dan, walks down to the bullpen with their pitching coach. Reddick has been one of the high leverage arms that head coach Keith Griffin loves to go to. 33 innings pitched in 11 appearances here in the summer of 2025 as McKillop nubs this one foul. We'll do it again at nothing in 2 for the 3rd straight pitch.
This would be a big first out here if you are Dan Gallup. And you got 8, 9, 10. Would love to string together a 1, 2, 3 and lead with 5 solid innings of work.
Gallup pitched 4 1/3 scoreless. Last time he pitched was against these Amsterdam Mohawks. Fires home, and McKillop grounds this one over to Z at second. He fields, fires over to first base in time for out number 1. And now 3 straight innings where Gallup has retired the leadoff hitter as opposed to the first 2 where he did not.
And that's been the key. In the last 2 innings as well, he got the first out, then led up a single or hit by pitch to the second hitter. But it's imperative to get the first because that sets the tone for the rest of the inning.
John Young Jr. now steps in. He's had a busy day over there at second base defensively. He's made 2 ground ball plays, including 3 pop-ups as well, and he's made all 5 chances that have been hit to him. But in the batter's box, 0 for 1. Grounds this one over to Z at his second baseman counterpart, Jamie Z, and he'll make the play on 1 pitch. 2 quick outs for Gallup here in the 5th.
Back-to-back ground outs over to Jamie Z. Dream start for Gallup here in the 5th.
Peyton Jemison now steps in, and for Gallup, it's now a season long in terms of innings pitched. He threw 4 1/3 inning against Amsterdam last time he pitched. Here today, threw 4 2/3 scoreless. Dan, in nearly 9 innings, he's yet to give up a run to the Mohawks.
It's been perfect.
First pitch to Peyton Jemison is in there for a strike, nothing in 1 count. Last time the third baseman hit, he struck out swinging back in the 2nd inning. That ended it as well with 2 runners on for Amsterdam. The 0-1 pitch is a swing and a miss for strike 2. Gallup's 1 pitch away from getting him again.
He's dealing right now. Need to keep doing what he's been doing right. He's pounding the zone. It's working.
Pitchers duel through the first 4 2/3. Gallup looking to make it 5 full, and he gets him swinging. Third strikeout of the ball game for Gallup, and we got a pitcher's duel on our hands in a winner-go-home game between the number 1 seed in the East and the number 2 seed in the East. Going to the 6th, knotted at 0. Pitcher's duel here at Shuttleworth. Zach Hernandez, no runs, 3 hits allowed through the first 5. Dan Gallup for the Stallions, no runs allowed, 5 hits. Stallions offense looking to break through after Gallup puts up a 1-2-3 inning in the bottom half of the 5th, and they're going to have the bottom of the order to start things off. Brandon Fish, the number 10 hole hitter, leading it off. With the top of the order due up next, Luis Rodriguez on deck, and Cam Carroll, the 3rd hitter in the inning, with Dylan Passo going to get a chance to hit if one of the first 3 reaches base. First pitch from Hernandez to Fish is grounded up the middle, off the rubber of the mound. Holcraft fields the short hop over to first in time for out number 1.
Talk about a bad break. If you're Saugerties, that was going to be a hit if it missed the bag. Knocks onto it. Just how things are rolling here at Shuttleworth.
Couple of nice plays for the Amsterdam Mohawks on defense. Filippi robbed Carroll of a hit. Young Jr. robbed Carroll of a hit as well. Here Holcraft robbing Fish of a knock, which would have been the 4th hit of the ball game for the Stallions. Now it's the top of the order. Luis Rodriguez steps in, and he has one of the 3 hits for the Stallions offense. A single back in the 1st off Hernandez. The kick in the pitch home is fouled out of play for strike 1.
For me, Rodriguez kind of reminds me of when you're watching Juan Soto in the playoffs. He's nodding his head, tapping his chest after every pitch. He wants to be in this moment and deliver for his squad.
Rodriguez went 0 for 3 with a walk 2 days ago against the Utica Blue Sox, but in the regular season, he was as good as they come. Takes inside 1-1. A .385 batting average in 22 games played as a Stallion to go along with 29 stolen bases out of the leadoff spot.
They need him to get aboard here. Start causing some pressure.
The 1-1 from Hernandez, grounded up the middle and off his glove out on the mound. Young charges and can't field it cleanly. It'll be an infield single for Rodriguez, 2nd hit of the ball game for the Stallions leadoff man.
There it is. Stallions just need 1 break to go their way. A speedy Rodriguez who already has a stolen base at first here for Dylan Passo. On deck, Cam Carroll at the plate.
Carroll, at this point in the ball game, he's put 2 good swings on the baseball. A 3-1 pitch was lined out into center field from Carroll that Filippi robbed him of a hit, as Amsterdam's pitching coach is going to come out and talk to Hernandez. James Reddick walked down to the bullpen last inning, and he's throwing now as well with Luis Rodriguez over at first. Dan, the Stallions offense, if you go back to 2 days ago against the Utica Blue Sox, no runs on now only 8 hits over their last 8 innings of play.
They need to break through, and it's been the same exact story for the Mohawks. They last scored in the 2nd inning against Boonville. So both these sides are struggling, but the pitching has been on.
Stallions used 6 runs in their first 3 innings on offense 2 days ago against the Blue Sox. That propelled them to a 6-4 victory. They used 3 pitchers to get across the line as well. But for Amsterdam, they had a 4-run 2nd inning against the starting pitcher for the Boonville Lumberjacks. The Mohawks on the pitching side of things, they used 3 pitchers as well to get through the full 9. in the 4-3 victory right here at Shuttleworth. Amsterdam, the number 1 overall seed in the East for the 13th straight season. The Stallions now the number 2 seed for the last 3 seasons.
Go time. Here for Cam Carroll. Has been robbed in his first 2 at-bats.
A fly out to center in the first and a ground out to the second baseman, John Young Jr. in the fourth. 0 for 2, but definitely could have been 2 for 2. First pitch to Carroll, misses upstairs, 1-0. Rodriguez over there at first. We said it earlier, he had a stolen base back in that first inning. Stallions would go 0 for 3 when he was in scoring position. As a whole, here today, the Ponies are 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position against Hernandez. Rodriguez doesn't go anywhere, and the ball is overthrown at first. Now he will go somewhere. He hits second, and he's flying for third. McCrane over and right will pick it up and throw it over to third as it's cut off by Holcraft, and this is exactly what the Stallions needed. The Amsterdam Mohawks defense has been perfect. They take advantage of their first error of the ballgame.
And now the job becomes way more simple for Cam Carroll. Lift a ball into the outfield, and you're up 1-0.
Rodriguez has great speed. He's now on third base, and as a result of that, Amsterdam will bring the infield in with with 1 out and no runs yet in the ball game. Stallions and Mohawks knotted at 0. First real run opportunity for the Stallions offense. A runner at third and only 1 out with Cam Carroll in the batter's box. The 1-0 from Hernandez. Fastball misses low. 2 balls and no strikes. Carroll had 14 RBIs in the regular season in 23 games.
And another thing, too, Hernandez cannot spike a pitch in the dirt because Rodriguez is waiting to come home.
Carroll did not have an RBI 2 days ago against the Blue Sox, looking for his first of the postseason as he takes upstairs. Count note goes to 3-0 with Dylan Passo on deck, who's been lethal against the Amsterdam Mohawks this season.
Carroll's got to take all the way. If he walks here, can put him in motion, create some chaos with Rodriguez over there at third.
3 balls, no strikes, 1 out. Pressure-packed pitch coming up from Zach Hernandez, who's been flawless to this point in the ballgame for Amsterdam. Kicks and fires home, misses inside, ball 4. 4-pitch walk for Cam Carroll. First time he's on base here today in his 3 plate appearances. Brings up the 3-hole man, Dylan Passo, coming up, who's 0 for 2 with 2 groundouts.
This is the time here for the Stallions, and just you wait. Zach Hernandez's day is over. Here comes Keith Griffin.
Keith Griffin makes the call to the bullpen. It will be right-hander James Reddick for Amsterdam with runners on first and third. When we come back in a 0-0 ball game here from Shuttleworth. Dallas Hot Wieners called to the bullpen. James Reddick making his 12th appearance here in the summer of 2025. A high leverage arm for head coach Keith Griffin out of the bullpen. A 2.14 ERA in 33 2/3 innings pitched in the regular season.
Last appearance was 3 innings, just 1 hit against the Glens Falls Dragons. In his last 2 appearances against Saugerties, though, 2 runs given up, at least in each.
He'll be facing Dylan Passo with runners on the corners. First pitch to him misses upstairs, 1-0. Zach Hernandez, you can't officially close the book on him entirely. Both of the runners on base are his responsibility, but to this point, 5 1/3, 4 hits, no runs, 1 walk, 3 Ks with 2 hit by pitches. Luis Rodriguez over at third, Cam Carroll over at first. Dylan Passo steps in. He pops this one foul. Touchstone behind the plate, making a play on it, and it will land foul out of play. 1-1 count.
Lucky break there for the Stallions. The last thing you want to do here in a sac fly situation is pop out into foul territory. Passo gets a little bit lucky there. He's adjusting to the new arm angle of Reddick, and for Hernandez, what a start. Can't ask for anything more out of your starter in a postseason game like this. 5 1/3 of no runs up to this point.
But for Reddick, Dan, it's now back-to-back years where head coach Keith Griffin turns to him. He pitched in the East Final in 2024 and got the final out of the 8th inning when the bases were full of Stallions. The 1-1 pitch in there for strike 2 out on the outside corner. Now Passo really has to work with 2 strikes and the go-ahead run over at third. Rodriguez singled against Hernandez. Carroll drew the 4-pitch walk. Enters the Fordham product, James Reddick, with runners on the corners and 1 out in the inning. Brandon Fish grounded out to short. The 1-2 popped in play in the infield. Reddick will back up home plate. It's the third baseman, Jemison, to make the play for out number 2. And Reddick still has 1 more out to get, but Dan, that's a big one.
Certainly, Passo just needed to put a ball to the outfield to score a run. That is a missed opportunity for the Stallions. Here is the good news, though. Logan Sanchez coming to the plate, who had a double in his last at-bat.
Sanchez is 4 for 6 in the postseason, 2 RBIs and 2 extra base hits. He had a solo homer 2 days ago against the Utica Blue Sox. He hit 8th 2 days ago. Head coach Colin Martin bumping him up to 4th, simply saying he's hot.
This is his moment. He loves to show up in the pressure-packed situations.
In his first at-bat in the first inning, he had a hard ground out to Holcraft over at short, and in the 4th, a 2-out double down the right field line. Runners on the corners, and 2 outs now in the inning, and Sanchez wants time before he sees a pitch from Reddick.
He's attacking this at-bat strategically here. Wants to wait before Reddick deals.
Cam Carroll's got good speed over at first. 5 stolen bases in the regular season. Sanchez swings, grounds this one over to short. Holcraft fields and goes the short way to second. James Reddick comes on in relief of Zach Hernandez and gets 2 big outs. Passo pops up and Sanchez grounds out. Bottom half of the 6th upcoming from Shuttleworth. 0-0 ball game. Bottom of the 6th inning from Shuttleworth Park here in Amsterdam, New York, with the Stallions and Mohawks knotted at 0 to this point, with the Ponies still rocking with their starter, Dan Gallup, through the first 5 innings. No runs allowed, 5 hits, 3 strikeouts. Zach Hernandez on the other side of things for Amsterdam. 5 1/3 no runs allowed on 4 hits. Gallup comes into today, Dan, with only 5 1/3 innings pitched in the regular season. He nearly doubles that here tonight.
He's been doing amazing. Stallions here in the bottom of the 6th. You need to match Amsterdam 0. Top of the order. This is going to be a tall task here for Gallup. 3rd time through.
Holcraft steps in. The shortstop for Amsterdam takes low in the dirt. 1-0 from Gallup. There is an arm going in the bullpen. Matt Murtaugh looks like he's the next slated Stallion to pitch, with James Reddick coming in last inning and getting the final 2 outs in relief of Zach Hernandez. Gallup now gets the first strike of the AB after Holcraft fouls one off his foot. 1-1 count.
And he has to settle in here. That was a long sit for Gallup on the bench in the top of the 6th. Probably 10 to 15 minutes alone right there. So he's got to settle back into the groove. He worked a 1-2-3 fifth.
Stallions now 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position, but Amsterdam 0 for 7. Dan Gallup has done a nice job of working out of jams. 2 different innings. Amsterdam had a runner in scoring position with nobody out. One of those was in the first. The other one was in the second. 2-1 count now on Holcraft. Holcraft was one of 7 PGCBL East All-Star selections for the Amsterdam Mohawks. Hit .301 in the regular season, and he takes low. Count now goes 3-1. Dan, you might be getting into territory of, if Gallup lets up a base runner, maybe you give the quick hook and go to Murtaugh.
Hasn't given up a walk so far in this game outside of the lone hit by pitch to Sparks in the 3rd.
The 3-1 from Gallup misses inside, ball 4, and Amsterdam has the leadoff runner on for the first time since the 3rd inning. Chris Holcraft, who leads the team in stolen bases as well, he's got great speed, brings up Jake Sparks.
And now Murtaugh takes his sweater off in the bullpen, and he's starting to stretch out there. Could be similar to Hernandez here, where 2 runners get aboard and you pull him. And this is the one guy that Gallup has not retired yet here today, along with Brett Rowell.
Jake Sparks had a single in the 1st and was hit by a pitch in the 3rd. Holcraft goes away from first. Carroll's throw down is over the head of the shortstop, Comiskey. We just alluded to it the pitch prior. Holcraft leads the team in stolen bases with 19 in the regular season. Make that 20 here in the summer of 2025 as he swipes second with nobody out here in the bottom of the 6th. This feels like a now or never moment for Amsterdam's offense.
Just like it was for Saugerties in the top half.
Pressure-packed pitch from Gallup coming up. He now has to work with a runner in scoring position and nobody out for the 3rd time here tonight against the Amsterdam Mohawks. The 0-1 to Sparks, lined out of play, foul for strike 2.
Here's the good news, no ball, 2-strike count. Can try and make him chase something low in the dirt, but you don't want to spike it because Holcraft is very speedy.
2 days ago against Boonville, Sparks was hitless, 0 for 3 with a strikeout. Today, perfect, 1 for 1 with a hit by pitch as Gallup checks on Holcraft over at second base.
That was unexpected, and Comiskey with a nice reaction there to not let the ball seep into the outfield.
Sparks in the regular season, 6 games played, .435 batting average, 6 RBIs as well. The 0-2 from Gallup on the outer 3rd that just misses as the catcher for the Stallions, Cam Carroll, has to turn around to the home plate umpire after the pitch.
That was a tough call. One that unfortunately doesn't go Gallup's way, but that was a perfect pitch.
Carroll turns to the Ponies head coach, Colin Martin. He signals up, says the home plate umpire, Joe Lazapanera Sr. Regardless, it's the first ball of the at-bat to Sparks. 1 ball, 2 strike. Gallup fires outside, and Carroll will go have a word with Gallup. Seems like these two are not on the same page, and they have to be in a pivotal spot. Stallions and Mohawks knotted at 0 in what has been a pitcher's duel from Shuttleworth Park.
Derek Duval is getting warm out there in the pen for the Mohawks right now. Starting to throw a little bit in the bullpen. He's tossing around the football. Keith Griffin ready to put it all on the line here.
Duval did not pitch 2 days ago against the Lumberjacks. Neither did Reddick. But this season, Stallions have knocked around the right-hander headed to St. Bonaventure next year. 4 earned runs across 2 different appearances for Duval against the Stallions. The 2-2 from Gallup. Just misses on the outer third. Gallup going back there for the second time here in the AB with Sparks. Doesn't get the call, and the hometown crowd here in Amsterdam making some noise.
Misses just high there. It's a good pitch by Gallup. You can't blame him. And a walk here, really not the worst thing.
First base is open with Holcraft over at second. Gallup issued the first walk of the ball game to Holcraft, and Sparks just stays alive, foul tipping one in and out of the glove of Carroll behind the plate. So we'll do it again. 3 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Jake Sparks in the batter's box for the Amsterdam Mohawks with the leadoff man Chris Holcraft over at second. Dan Gallup yet to allow a run for the Stallions through 5 innings. Needs to find a way to put away Sparks for what would be the first out of the ball game. The payoff is blooped over to the left side. Fish at third in foul territory makes the play on the run for the first out of the inning. And if you're Dan Gallup, you're going to be taking a big deep breath after getting the first out of the inning.
That was a pressure-packed AB. Gallup does a beautiful job working out of it, especially on the lefty. Faces Bray Touchstone, who by average is the best hitter in this Mohawks lineup. However, he is 0 for 2 tonight against Dan Gallup.
Comes into today after hitting .348 in the regular season. He played in 41 of 44 games for Amsterdam. Led the league in RBIs as well. Tied for second in home runs. Maybe your PGCBL MVP stepping up, but he pops this one out of play for strike one. Bray Touchstone and 0-1 count against Dan Gallup. To this point, Touchstone's grounded out twice, a fielder's choice back in the first. When there were runners on the corners, he chopped one over to Fish at third, and they caught Holcraft in a rundown to get the lead runner. The other time he was up was in the third. He grounded out to Comiskey over at short. Gallup set at the belt, kicks and fires home. In there on the outer third for strike 2. Gallup now way ahead, has a pitch or two to work with, Dan.
That was a beautiful pitch right there from Dan Gallup. Hit it right on the corner, and I would go back to it here in the 0-2.
Touchstone has a big hole to hit to out on the right side as well, with Z covering Holcraft at second. The 0-2 pitch misses on the outer third and a little bit up as well. 1 ball and 2 strikes with 1 out here in a 0-0 ball game. Stallions and Mohawks, the number 1 seed versus the number 2 seed in the East. The winner will take on the Batavia Mutt Dogs, who won the Western Division in the PGCBL. That game will be a best of 3. The 1-2 from Gallup misses inside. Touchstone turns out of the way, 2-2. Now after 2 waste pitches from Gallup, you got to go after Touchstone.
Same thing he did to Sparks in the last at-bat.
First base is open, so a walk to Touchstone would not be the worst thing. Set up the double play for Lou Costello, who's on deck for Amsterdam. The 2-2 from the right-handers, popped in play in the infield. Gallup's camped underneath it, and the pitcher is going to help himself out and make the second out of the inning. Here in the bottom of the 6th, huge out.
That's big. The Mohawks started the inning with Holcraft at second and nobody out, and now Gallup is just an out away from getting out of the jam.
The Amsterdam Mohawks standing in his way is Luke Costello, the left fielder tonight. 0 for 2 to this point in the ball game. A pop out to the second baseman Z in the first, and a fly out to Medina over and right in the third. Was 1 for 3 2 nights ago against the Boonville Lumberjacks, hitting in the cleanup spot. Looking to give Amsterdam the first lead for either team here in the ball game. Gallup misses inside 1-0. Dan Gallup this season, 6 1/3 innings pitch coming into tonight. No runs allowed, 7 strikeouts as well. Needs 1 more out to get through 6 scoreless in the PGCBL East Final against the Amsterdam Mohawks, who have been here 13 straight seasons. The 1-0. Strike 1 on the outside corner with the 4-seam fastball.
This is the biggest moment of the game right here. If you keep it at 0 going to the 7th, it's anyone's ball game. The Stallions need Gallup to lock this down.
Stallions have 5, 6, 7 due up next inning on offense. The 1-1 pitch in there once more on the outer third for strike 2. Costello, along with the sold-out crowd here at Shuttleworth Park, do not like the call, but the few Stallions fans along the left field side like that call. Gallup, 1 strike away from putting up 6 scoreless in a win-or-go-home ball game. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Holcraft over at second. The pitch home.
He started
Nearly
to walk
gets
off the
it.
mound. He thought it was there, and the last 2 pitches were just a little bit more in, and that's 3 straight 2-strike counts with 2 balls on the board.
If I'm Gallup, I'm going with the fastball to jam Costello. This is a guy who's sitting, waiting for that pitch on the outer third. 3 straight have gone there. If you're Gallup, go inside and bury him with the fastball. The 2-2 pitch in the dirt. Check swing from Costello. The appeal to Las Pineras Sr. out in the field. He does not go around.
He didn't go around either. That was the right call. What a pressure-packed pitch this is. Full counts with 2 outs. Runner at second.
351 average, 1 home run, 10 RBIs in 12 regular season games for Lou Costello of the Amsterdam Mohawks. Dan Gallup, 1 pitch away from 6 scoreless. The payoff home. Misses outside, ball 4. Gallup puts his head down after nearly getting strike 3 on 3 pitches. But regardless, it's a 2-out walk. Second walk of the inning with pitching coach for the Ponies, Prax Vigil, going out to talk to the right-hander.
He did a great job in that at-bat, did everything possible. Nick, for me, I don't necessarily hate that right there, being a walk, because Costello, 349 hitter in this Amsterdam lineup, passed the baton to Brandon McCrane, who is 0 for 2 here tonight, and Gallup has a strikeout on him.
McCrane in the regular season hit .306 across 32 games. Played his college ball in the SEC for the Auburn Tigers. Pitching coach Praxi Vigil talking with Gallup, who needs just 1 more out to put up the 6th 0 for the Stallions defense here tonight. Vigil has playoff experience with the Stallions back in 2022 against the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dogs in the opening round of the PGCBL East. He got the final 6 outs up there in Mohawk Valley that gave the Ponies a 6-4 victory, who then would fall to the Amsterdam Mohawks in the very next game here at Shuttleworth. The last 3 seasons for the Stallions have ended at Shuttleworth being eliminated by the Amsterdam Mohawks. The one prior, back in 2021, where they won the entire PGCBL, knocked off Amsterdam in both games of the doubleheader to give the first title in Stallions history. McCrane steps in after the mound visit. 0 for 2 to this point, and takes low in the dirt. 1 ball and no strikes.
What a scene this is. The D3 arm, Dan Gallup, looking for 6 scoreless against the SEC bat of Brandon McCrane. You gotta love summer baseball.
5 2/3. 5 hits allowed for Gallup. Now a 2-0 count against McCrane. 2 opposite playing time experiences as well in college. Gallup across 4 years for the Diplomats of Franklin and Marshall, made more than 60 appearances out on the mound. McCrane did not play a single game for Auburn this past spring. Gallup looking to put up a 0. McCrane looking to give his team the lead, and Gallup gets back in the count. Fires a strike on the outer third. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs, 2 runners on. Chris Holcraft over at second. Lou Costello over at first. Who will strike first? The kick and the pitch. Misses low in the dirt. 3-1. Stallions still have Matt Murtaugh throwing out in the bullpen. He's really ramping up, Dan. Looks like this might be the end of the line for Gallup out on the mound if McCrane reaches. Gallup fires home, and McCrane flies it out of play, moving to a full count. Biggest pitch of the ball game to this point here at Shuttleworth. The number 1 overall seed in the East, the Amsterdam Mohawks, battling the number 2 overall seed in the East, the Saugerties Stallions, knotted at 0 through 5 2/3. Runners will be on the move in a full count 2-out scenario. Dan Galliff 1 pitch away from putting up 6 scoreless innings in a win or go home game for the Ponies. The payoff pitch lined out of play. Defensive hack from McCrane, and he stays alive. We'll do it again at that count.
Doesn't get much bigger than this if you're Galliff or McCrane. For me, Nick, this decides the ball game.
Everyone is on the edge of their seat, including us here, Dan, in the Pac Hub broadcast booth at Shuttleworth. Amsterdam fans waiting for their team to strike first, but Dan Galliff looking to play spoiler here on the road for the Stallions, battling the Mohawks for now the 12th time here in the summer of 2025. And before the 8th pitch to McCrane, Galliff is going to step off.
It's a good move there. Reset, mess with McCrane a little bit in his head. He was ready to hit right there. Step back in and fire a competitive pitch.
We said it earlier, McCrane 0 for 2 to this point. Went down looking back in the first. 1 of 3 for Galliff on the evening. The payoff pitch in there, 4 strike 3. The hometown crowd is stunned at Shuttleworth, but Dan Galliff, how about it? 6 scoreless innings for the Stallions. We're knotted at 0 through the first 6. 5, 6, 7 due up for the Ponies in the 7th when we come back from Amsterdam.
Welcome back to Shuttleworth Park. Dan Galliff doing everything in his power to keep the Stallions in the game. Works out of first and second jam with a strikeout to end things off in the 6th. It'll be Jamie Z to start things off for the Stallions here in the 7th. 5, 6, 7 due up for Saugerties. James Reddick out there for his 2nd inning of work. Came in for the final 2 outs in the top of the 6th. And he hits Z to start off the inning. The Mohawks are starting to get Derek Duval warming out there in the pen to replace Reddick. Dylan Fitzsimmons comes to the plate. This feels like a revenge at-bat here for Fitzsimmons. 2 strikeouts already, both those coming to Hernandez.
Comes into today, Dan, one of the hottest hitters in this Stallions lineup as well. 9 for his last 23 over his last 7 ball games. Good for a batting average of just above 400 at 408.
Still tied at 0. Here in the top of the 7th, I don't think anybody could have predicted a pitcher's duel between 2 sides that usually beat up on each other in the offensive category. The only thing that comes to mind is the 2-1 victory for the Stallions at home in 2021 of the PGCBL Finals, which was a pitcher's duel all the way down the stretch. 1-0. Fitzsimmons takes it inside, called for a strike. 1-1.
Dan, in the regular season, the Stallions and Mohawks both averaged just under 8 runs a ball game at 7. So to be knotted at 0 through the first 6 was not on my bingo card coming into tonight.
Not one bit. Stallions had a hit last inning. They left 2 runners on. Had men at the corners with 1 out. Scored nothing. And the Mohawks basically did the same thing in the bottom of the inning. And a gutsy performance by Dan Galliff got them out of it.
These two teams with runners in scoring position tonight here, Dan. 0 for 15. The Stallions have 6 chances. The Mohawks 9. Somebody's got to break through and throw the first punch of the ball game.
Jemison way in over there at third. Fitzsimmons now squares for bunt. And he hits it foul. Z was going on that pitch. And now Fitzsimmons has to swing at a 1-ball, 2-strike count.
And he swung and missed at strike 3 the last 2 times he was up. Both of those against starting pitcher Zach Hernandez, who went the first 5 1/3 for Amsterdam.
James Reddick in relief. Z being the first base runner he's let up of his outing. 1-2. Fitzsimmons stays alive. Do it again at 1 and 2. For Fitzsimmons, 296 average in the regular season. That across 18 games. He played in the first round against Utica, went 0 for 2. Tonight, to start, 0 for 2 as well. Looking to make up for it here in the top of the 7th with Z over at first. Strike 3 called on the outside corner. Silver sombrero for Fitzsimmons. 3 strikeouts here tonight.
Nice pitch from Reddick, though. To be fair, backdoor breaking ball to a lefty swinging Fitzsimmons from a right-handed pitcher is always a tough pitch to hit.
It kind of feels like it's at this point in the ball game where next time Fitzsimmons is due up, a pinch hitter might come in for him. It'll be Adonis Medina now for the Stallions. He reached base in the second on a hit by pitch. Z at first with speed. Medina himself with plenty of it, but also has some pop in the bat.
He homered in his first start for the Stallions. That was against the Boonville Lumberjacks up there at the Robert Smith Sports Complex.
First pitch. Finds the zone for strike 1. Tight as ever here between the Stallions and Mohawks. Doesn't get much more entertaining than this in the postseason. Someone's got to win it. Tied at 0s. A 1. Way outside. Touchstone does a nice job of gloving it, making sure it doesn't go anywhere. 1 ball, 1 strike to the Rhode Island product, Adonis Medina, who in his short time with the Stallions, batting over 350 out of 9 games, this being 10. 1-1. Medina fooled on that pitch. And now Reddick, 1 pitch away from back-to-back strikeouts after the leadoff hit by pitch to Jamie Z.
Medina steps out to gather himself after he goes chasing for strike 2. You got to flush and forget that one quick against Reddick, who's got a nasty sinker that he likes to jam righties with.
Reddick set the pitch. Sky high pop into shallow right. Young Jr. has a beat on it, moves back, and makes the play. 2 down here in the 7th. George Baker coming to the plate now, who has been on both times for the Stallions here tonight. The only member of this Stallions club that has done that so far. Baker, once again, in a favorable matchup, righty on lefty. Z is speedy. Large gap there between center and right field. They'll check on Z.
Baker has plenty of power to the gaps here in the summer of 2025. 5 extra base hits, 4 doubles, and a triple. One of those came right here at Shuttleworth.
Baker wants to be in the high-pressure moments. That's why he's in this lineup and is slashed against the Mohawks. Takes outside for ball 1 and stares down Touchstone after the first pitch.
Baker as a whole, Dan, on the season, he loves hitting here at Shuttleworth Park. 5 for 12 in 3 games. Good for a .416 batting average.
Another check on Jamie Z. One ball, no strikes. Here to the Stallions, extra hitter tonight. Baker, 3 straight at-bats for him where he's been in a 2-0 count tonight.
And for Z over at first, he's second. He had the second most stolen bases with 11 in the regular season for the Stallions here in the summer of 2025.
2 balls, no strikes with 2 outs to George Baker. The pitch. Big cut and a miss for strike 1. Z not going anywhere. 2-1 count on George Baker. Reddick fires. Baker with the drive into foul territory on the left side. Right there, just a little bit late.
Nice and loud, 2 strikes out of bounds.
Taps on the uniform, shakes his head, stares down Reddick as he steps into the box. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs with still nothing across here in the top of the 7th for either team. The pitch. Baker takes it upstairs and the count goes full. Real RBI opportunity now with Z on the move and the gap in right center wide open.
Baker seems like he's in great command in the box. It's his box. It's his time, his opportunity here in a winner-go-home game.
He points out to Reddick, calling his shot here in a full count with 2 outs. The payoff. Upstairs, ball 4. 1 at-bat from George Baker. Gives Casey Comiskey a chance to knock in Z.
Baker did not play in round 1 against the Utica Blue Sox. Head coach Colin Martin puts him in the lineup tonight against the Mohawks, and what a move it has been. A single, a hit by pitch, and now a 2-out walk to put a runner in scoring position. George Baker, have a night.
He's been keeping the line moving for the Stallions. That's been the most important thing. Casey Comiskey with a couple of pop-outs over to John Young Jr. at second base. A big spot here for the Stallions, first and second, with 2 down. First pitch to Comiskey. Strike on the outside part, 0-1. And Touchstone wants to talk it over with Reddick.
Comiskey has played in 10 of the 11 games in the regular season against Amsterdam. Dan, 14 hits and 46 at-bats, a .304 batting average against Amsterdam this season for Comiskey.
Was 1 for 3 against the Utica Blue Sox in the first round. The Stallions need a hero. It has to be somebody at some point. Casey Comiskey has been here from the start, trying to let the Stallions see their season live another day here at Shuttleworth Park. Reddick gets the sign. Here's the pitch. Upstairs nearly nabs Comiskey. 1-1.
Dan, if Comiskey can somehow find a way to pass the baton to Brandon Fish on deck, this is a guy who has had a success in the playoffs for the Stallions. Last year, a bases-loaded walk in the 9th that drew in a run.
But don't doubt Comiskey's ability either. 25 RBIs on the year for the Stallions. Trying to deliver here in the postseason for Saugerties. 1-1, they give a check over on Z. Not even John Young Jr. at second was expecting that one. 1-1.
Z's got good speed over at second. Any ball that gets through the infield, look for him to hit third and try to score.
big hole between first and second base. 1-1. Comiskey hits a shot into left. Going back is Costello, and he makes the play. Stallions come close, but not close enough. And we're still at 0 after 6.5.
It's the Mohawks 0 and the Stallions.
It is the bottom of the 7th, and we still have no score here from Shuttleworth Park. Matt Murtaugh is on in relief of Dan Gallup, who put together a fantastic outing for the Stallions. 6 innings, 5 hits, no runs, and 4 Ks.
He found ways to work out of jams as well. 3 different innings. Amsterdam had a runner on second base and nobody out, but zeros for the Mohawks on offense.
So the Stallions turn to the local kid, Matt Murtaugh. He will face Brett Rowell, who is 2 for 2 with 2 singles here tonight. One-0. Misses upstairs. 2 balls, no strikes from Murtaugh.
On the season, Murtaugh has pitched 9 times in the regular season, a 6.17 ERA.
He's dealt 3 straight balls out of the pen. Three-0 pitch from Murtaugh is a strike at the top of the zone. Murtaugh has pitched here at Shuttleworth Park before. That was in a 6-2 victory for the Stallions. Came in for Ryan Franklin and pitched 4 innings of 1-run ball to give the Stallions the win. 3-1 pitch. Fouled off, and it makes sense why they turned to him here in the bottom of the 7th in a 0-0 ball game.
Murtaugh has been a high leverage arm for the Stallions all summer long. He has 3 saves, the most in the regular season for any Stallions pitchers. One of those was a 5-out save back on 4th of July.
Takes a deep breath. Here's the payoff pitch. Just staying alive is Rao. Both of his singles here tonight have been up the middle. Trying to jumpstart an Amsterdam offense that for them now, over their last 12 innings, have been scoreless. The payoff. Misses high and away. Murtaugh issues the leadoff walk. And immediately Keith Griffin is going to make a change. Pinch hitter here for Luke Filippi, and it's going to be Will Cowan.
Pitch hitting for Luke Filippi from St. John's, number 20, Will Cowan.
Kind of seems like here, Nick, simply bringing Cowan in to get down the bunt.
Cowan's been a guy that's been consistent all summer long for the Amsterdam Mohawks. He's had success against the Stallions as well, not in the original starting 10, but here today gets to hit with a runner on and nobody out in a pressure-packed scenario in a 0-0 game.
Big spot. First pitch from Murtaugh. Cowan tries to get it down despite there being no runs on the board. The Stallions and Mohawks have each had a runner on in every single inning of this game. The lone exclusion for Amsterdam was in the bottom of the 5th.
You got to tip your cap to both starting pitchers, Dan Gallup for the Stallions and Zach Hernandez for the Mohawks. Both of those guys found ways to work out of pretty tough scenarios.
Cowan squares once again. Fish ready at third. Murtaugh fires. He pulls it back at the last second, tried to swing, now finds himself down 0-2.
Head coach Keith Griffin pulling some tricks out of that bag of tricks he's got.
No balls, 2 strikes on Will Cowan, who batted .256 this past season for the Mohawks. Murtaugh fires. Ground ball over to Comiskey. This could be 2. Over to Z. How about first? Not in time, but the Stallions get the lead runner, and there's 1 down.
Productive out. That's the biggest thing. They don't make an error. They get the lead out at second base,
John McCullough stepping in here for the Mohawks.
The first baseman from Army West Point, number 40, Sean McKillop.
McKillop has home run power, has homered against the Stallions before, but here tonight is just 1 for 2 with a single. Murtaugh issued a walk to Rowell to start his outing out of the pen. Cowan grounds into the fielder's choice. And now it's McCulloch's turn. Checks his swing, does go around for strike 1.
McCullough, 2 days ago against the Boonville Lumberjacks, was on base in 3 of his 4 plate appearances, 2 walks and a hit in that ball game as well.
Runner going over to second. The throw down is in time because he went off the bag. Cowan is nabbed at second, and there's 2 outs.
Cam Carroll. 4 straight games for Cam Carroll behind the dish where he's nabbed a runner stealing.
And that is a massive out here in the grand scheme of things. Cam Carroll coming up clutch for his team. There's no balls and 2 strikes on McCullough. Murtaugh fires, and Kullup just gets a piece. Do it again at 0-2.
You can hear a pin drop here at Shuttleworth after that caught stealing of Cowan. Cam Carroll helping out Murtaugh, who's now one strike away from putting up a 0 in the 7th.
And what a big 0 it would be for the Stallions. No balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Murtaugh gets the sign that he likes. Here's the pitch. Murtaugh thought he had him on the outside corner. Home plate umpire does not agree. We'll do it again at 1-2.
So did everybody else in the infield for the Stallions. Dan Fish at third, Comiskey the shortstop, Z at second, and Paso at first. All took a couple steps to the dugout.
That outside strike has not been called in this game. The 1-2. Tried to go to the off speed. So Murtaugh's fine with that. There's nobody on base. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And nothing in 2 count. 2 waste pitches is not the end of the world if you're Murtaugh. Still plenty of room for error against McKillop.
And that 0-2 pitch really wasn't even a waste pitch. It was placed perfectly. He just didn't get the call. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the 7th. Murtaugh ready. Here's the pitch. And once again, McCullough stays alive. He's putting together a fight in this at-bat. The 261 hitter on the year. Over at first base tonight for the Mohawks. Murtaugh fires. He misses outside, and the count goes full.
McKillop is not a guy who's going to strike out as well. 7 punch outs for him in 16 games played in the regular season.
Murtaugh started this inning with a walk, then a fielder's choice by Will Cowan. He was then nabbed at second by Cam Carroll. The payoff. Ground ball. Z boots it. Comiskey fields it. He throws to first, but it's not in time. See if that gets scored as an error. It will. It's the first error of the game. 14 straight for the Stallions where they have had an error in the field. But even if, Nick, that was a very tough play for Jamie Z.
Ranging to his glove side. Very tough play, like you said, Dan. Coming in on it. Got a good bounce off the turf here at Shuttleworth, but even if he did field it cleanly, Dan, it would have been a bang-bang play over at first.
Murtaugh and Carroll in sync with each other. A quick mound visit. And now John Young Jr. steps to the plate. He is 0 for 2 tonight. McCullough over at first after the error by Z. First pitch misses outside. Ball 1.
McKillop is not really a stolen base threat over there at first base as well. Did not have a single swipe of second in the regular season.
Big block by Carroll behind the dish. 2-0 count. Talked about it plenty in the pregame show, Nick. Cannot give the Mohawks extra outs to work with. Stallions have to work out of this jam.
To this point in the ball game, Dan, they've been helping out their pitchers immensely. A double play, 2 diving plays as well, but the first blunder of the ball game has prolonged the inning for Murtaugh.
Gets Young Jr. to pop it out of play, and Cam Carroll pointing to him after that pitch saying, hey man, you got this. This is all you. 2 ball, 1 strike count. Every out in this game on both sides has felt like everything's on the line, and it is here in a single elimination ball game. Quick check at first over on McCullough to break up the crowd. Still 2-1.
Let's go, let's go! Come on, let's get going!
2-1 pitch. Right there down the middle. Strike 2.
Beautiful pitch from Murtaugh. Goes with the changeup. Completely fools Young. He has no choice but to take it, and he's 1 strike away from putting up a 0 in the 7th.
2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. A runner at first in the bottom of the 7th. Murtaugh fires. And it's smoked right past his glove. They're going to hold McCullough at second. That's a 2-out base knock for John Young Jr. He's fired up. The baton gets passed to Peyton Jemison, who is 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts tonight.
And I wouldn't be surprised, Dan, if head coach Keith Griffin is going to go to a pinch runner for McKillop at second base. He doesn't have the greatest speed in the world, especially here at Shuttleworth, where the dimensions down the right field line and left field line are only 280. The outfielders are playing in more as well.
He's not touching anything. It would be McCullough at second, John Young Jr. at first, with Peyton Jemison, the 10-hole hitter, at the plate. First pitch from Murtaugh is a fly ball into center field. Rodriguez moves in. He makes the play. That's 7 scoreless from this Stallions staff. Still tied at 0, going to the 8th.
We've reached the end of 7, tied at
Couple of defensive changes for the Mohawks to start things here in the 8th. Luke Filippi exits the game like he did as he was pinch hit for by Will Cowan. Cowan takes over for McCrane in right field, and McCrane moves into center. For the Stallions, they have 10-1-2 due up in this inning still against James Reddick,
who came in the 6th in relief of Zach Hernandez. Since then, he's continued the trend of zeros for the Amsterdam Mohawks. Last inning, he was pretty busy, had 2 runners on, but got out of it.
You could not ask for a better game here tonight between the Stallions and the Mohawks. It's been 7 innings of no-run baseball. But with the 8th here and the 9th looming, someone has to break through at some point. It'll start with Brandon Fish here for the Stallions. First pitch, top of the zone strike. One and one. Fish is a playoff veteran with this team. Was in this exact spot with the Stallions last year in that 8-7 loss. And has a chance to kickstart the rally, which could get his revenge on Amsterdam. 1-1. Fish flies it foul. 1-2.
Hit .333 across 6 at-bats last year in the postseason to go along with an RBI as well. 2 hits in round 1 against the Utica Blue Sox with a run scored. Hitless here today. Math says he's going to get a hit.
1-2 offering upstairs for ball 2. Reddick is on the bump. Derek Duval out in the pen, ready and waiting for Amsterdam. Reddick fires. Fish stays alive. Battling here in this at-bat. Stallions had runners at first and second in the 7th. Casey Comiskey with a long fly out into left field to end the inning. Two-two. Way outside, and Fish has worked himself into a full count.
Fish is really showing his playoff experience in this at-bat. Fouled off a couple pitches and 2 strikes. Now worked the count full.
The payoff. Fish with a hard hit ball into right field. There to make the plays, Cowan. 1 down. Another example of the Stallions having a good at-bat, the ball just not bouncing their way.
That's been a big case for the Ponies on offense all night long. They work themselves into deep counts, 2 balls, 3 balls, battling with 2 strikes, just can't find the grass here at Shuttleworth when they put it in play.
Luis Rodriguez at the plate, top of the order here for the Stallions. 4th time in this game, he's been at the dish, and he takes a first pitch ball.
This is the right guy to start a rally for the Stallions. He's been on base twice, 2 singles, and he leads the team in stolen bases as well. He's got great speed.
1-0. Way outside. 2 balls, no strikes.
Dan, this is why Rodriguez came and joined the team for a playoff run, playing pressure scenarios like this.
Reddick fires. 3 ball, no strike count to Rodriguez. Stallions just need some sort of life and energy to grab onto here in the 8th. 3-0 is on the outside part of the plate for a strike. The count is 3-1. Rodriguez taps the chest. The pitch. Big cut and a miss. And Reddick works fast there. Just as Rodriguez stepped into the box, he fired.
And it really paid off there as well. He got a swing and a miss from Rodriguez. Looked like his timing was a little bit out of sorts as well due to him pitching quick.
It's back-to-back full counts. Payoff. Rodriguez stays alive. There was a full count to Fish to start the top of the 8th. He lined out to right field. Rodriguez, a 2-for-3 evening for him. Had a single in the 6th. 3-2. Rodriguez, a hard hit ball up the middle. There's the base hit. First for the Stallions since the 6th, and they've got a 1-out base runner.
3 singles for Rodriguez here tonight. That now puts him 10 for 14 against the Amsterdam Mohawks this season at Shuttleworth.
And you can hear the crowd go quiet here at Shuttleworth. After that Rodriguez single, Cam Carroll steps in. Walk in the 6th. Before that, 0 for 2, but those 2 could have easily been 2 for 2 with the ball just not bouncing his way. Rodriguez not going. First pitch misses for ball 1. Cam Carroll at the plate. The switch hitter has batted from the lefty side every at-bat here tonight. Check on Rodriguez. Has a stolen base. That came in the 1st. And that being the only stolen bag of the game for Saugerties.
Expect for him to be on the move here as well. Try to get in scoring position with 2 and 3 due up.
Faked the steal. Strike down the middle from Reddick. Reddick takes a peek. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, and a runner on in the 8th. Pitch. Inside strike. 1-2 to Carroll.
Reddick's really doing a nice job out on the mound of varying his time with the ball out on the mound. Changing up the looks for Rodriguez, who's trying to pick up some patterns and get a good jump over there at first.
Not there. That was a pitch out. They were trying to nail Rodriguez at second.
Carroll as well in the batter's box. Choked up. Looking to put a ball in play with 2 strikes.
He does so here once again. Big pitch. 2-2. Carroll stays alive. Grounds it foul. He's putting together a good fight.
It's what the Stallions hitters have done all night long. We've seen it all season long as well from the Stallions offense. They don't try to do too much. They put the ball in play. Trust the hitter hitting behind them. That's exactly what they need to do here in the inning. Try and scratch one across Reddick.
It's been a no-quit mentality for this squad the entire season. Rodriguez inches off of first. He's not going. Carroll pokes the ball into left field. It's down. Rodriguez will hold at second. It's back-to-back singles for Saugerties here in the 8th.
Cam Carroll with a caught stealing in the bottom half of the 7th, and now a single in the top half of the 8th. Single-handedly trying to will this Stallions squad to a victory.
Dylan Passo, the hard-hitting lefty, is at the plate. He was the first batter that Reddick faced in his relief appearance, and, well, that's going to be it. Reddick is out of this game for what we think as of right now, as Joe Lasser-Pinera Sr. made a signal over to the bullpen, but still nothing. Reddick could still be in this game.
They have the closer, Derek Duval, for the Mohawks warming. He's been really throwing ever since last inning when there was about 1 out in the 7th. He's ready to go if head coach Keith Griffin turns to him.
Stallions need a ball to drop into the outfield to score first. Dylan Passo is just the guy that they want at the plate. Over 500 batting average here at Shuttleworth Park coming into this game. Reddick is going to stay out there. This feels like the now or never moment if you're Saugerties.
They're 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position as a whole on offense through the first 7 innings. But a hit here would forget all and erase all that as well to give the Stallions a 1-0 lead.
Reddick steps off, giving a check on Rodriguez. Mohawks in double play depth. With 1 out on the board. First pitch. Outside, ball 1. That's the approach that Passo is going to have here. He's taking it pitch by pitch.
He's a disciplined hitter in the batter's box for the Stallions, a guy who's had multiple walks in 2 of his last 3 games.
One-0 finds the top part of the zone. 1 ball, 1 strike.
But Dan, you want to talk about pressure. Dylan Passo, before this summer, hadn't faced college pitching. The rising freshman to Notre Dame next year, you can't ask for a more pressure-packed scenario than what Passo's in right now.
He's blossomed for the Stallions. 292 BA this season. Runners first and second. 1-1 is smacked into center field. Moving over is McCrane. He makes the play. Rodriguez is tagging to third. The ball takes a bad bounce, but Jemison is there to back it up. Still a productive out as Rodriguez sits 90 feet away.
And he's got great speed. A pass ball or wild pitch that gets behind the catcher, a touchdown. Look for him to bolt home.
Logan Sanchez is at the plate. Runners at the corners, and now is the time. Derek Duval is going to come into this game for the Mohawks. James Reddick is out. to face Lolo here in the top of the 8th with runners at the corners when we come back. Top of the 8th at Shuttleworth Park, and the closer is on for the Mohawks. Derek Duval in relief of James Reddick.
Duval this season has been money out of the bullpen for Amsterdam. A 1.32 ERA across 27 and a third innings pitched. But Dan, the last time he threw was back on July 27th, 2 innings out of the pen of 1 earned ball against the Stallions up at Cantine.
And he comes in a pressure-packed situation. Runners are at the corners with Logan Sanchez at the plate, who has the only extra base hit in this game tonight for Saugerties. First pitch from Duval. In there for strike 1. Sanchez, before the postseason started, told us that he wanted to bring a championship back to Saugerties. Well, Lolo, this is your moment to do it. With runners at the corners and 2 down. Gets a piece. He's down 0-2.
Dan, he got bumped up from 8th to 4th in the batting order. He hit 8th 2 days ago against the Utica Blue Sox. Here today, batting 4th. He's 4 for his last 7, simply saying, I'm hot.
So no ball, 2 strike count. Runners are at the corners. Exact same numbers on the box score, 0-6-1 for both teams. Sanchez pokes it to the right side. John Young Jr. will throw to first, and Duval comes in and puts up a 0. Nothing for the Stallions through 8 innings. That's 14 in a row in the postseason where they don't have a run. Can't be more of a pitcher's duel in the postseason than it is right now between the Stallions and the Mohawks here in the bottom half of the 8th. Matt Murtaugh is on. The Stallions have had plenty of opportunities on offense. Over their last 3 innings, they've left 2 runners on. But it's been a similar story for the Mohawks in their last 2 innings. 2 left on as well.
It comes down to hitting with runners in scoring position. These 2 teams here today, 0 for 19. Stallions 0 for 9, Amsterdam 0 for 10.
It's the top of the order for the Stallions, or for the Mohawks, excuse me, here in the bottom of the 8th. Is there's a couple of fans out in center field that are right on the batter's eye that are being told to move, as poses a distraction to the batter. Top of the order for the Mohawks. This is really the time here if you're Amsterdam. Chris Holcraft, Jake Sparks, great touchdown.
From St. Bonaventure, number 15, Chris Holcraft.
First pitch from Murtaugh, high and away for ball 1. The last inning for the Amsterdam Mohawks, it was a leadoff walk from Brett Rowell. Fielder's choice that Will Cowan grounded into. Cam Carroll caught Cowan stealing in what is now a 1-1 count against Holcraft. McCullough reached on an error by Jamie Z. John Young Jr. signaled before Peyton Jemison flew out into center field. 1-2. Excuse me, 1-1, now 2-1. It's going to have to be a gutsy performance from Murtaugh out there here in the bottom of the 8th. If the Stallions want a shot in the 9th, then the Mohawks have already moved to the closer, Derek Duval. Murtaugh with a nasty change makes it 2-2.
Nobody out in the bullpen either for the Stallions. Here in the bottom of the 8th, head coach Colin Martin showing full trust in Murtaugh to get the job done.
Two to Holcraft. Just misses at the top of the zone. The count goes full.
That pitch hasn't been called a strike all night long from the home plate umpire here at Shuttleworth Park.
Payoff. Whacked out into left field. That ball is down. It's a leadoff single for Chris Holcraft here in the 8th.
Multi-hit game for Holcraft out of the leadoff spot. A single in the 1st, and now in the 8th. Sets the table for Sparks, who's going to be coming out.
It's going to be Sebastian Harden.
Pitch hitting for Jake Sparks from Prairie View A&M, number 32, Sebastian Harden.
For Harden, this seems like prime bunt territory. No score in the bottom of the 8th, and you got Holcraft, who's very speedy at second.
He leads the team in stolen bases with 19 in the regular season. He had one last time he was on in the 6th.
Griffin might even give him a pitch here to try and steal before putting down the bunt and really put the pressure on.
He's got great speed. If I'm Amsterdam, I'm taking advantage of it. But Cam Carroll also has got a great arm behind the dish.
And immediately a check on Holcraft. This is going to be the game of cat and mouse here in the 8th between Holcraft and Murtaugh. Another throw over. No restriction on how many times you can throw over here in the PGCBL, and Murtaugh taking his time before dealing the first pitch to Sebastian Harden, who has just come off the bench for the Mohawks. Squares, here's the pitch, put foul for strike 1.
Interesting move by head coach Keith Griffin to go to Harden, who hits from the right-handed side, with Murtaugh on the mound, who throws from the right-handed side. Jake Sparks, the guy who took out, is a lefty hitter.
Bunt once again. This time Murtaugh pitches around it, 1-1. Holcraft has not tried to steal. Waiting on the bunt to be put down from Sebastian Harden. Now Holcraft will go, and that was an interesting strategy there. Harden swings, and he's down 1-2.
Head coach Keith Griffin, who's also the third base coach for Amsterdam, takes off his helmet and swinging around a little bit in frustration. He knew Holcraft had the base stolen if Harden takes the pitch.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Holcraft is at first. The pinch hitter, Harden at the plate. Strike 3, got him swinging. A big K for Matt Murtaugh. 1 down.
First strikeout of the Murtaugh is a big one. Picks up the first out of the inning here in the 8th.
Bray Touchstone steps in. His first at-bat here tonight against Matt Murtaugh. And whatever the outcome is that, pinch hitting for Jake Sparks, definitely an interesting move by Keith Griffin.
Sparks had hit in the ballgame. He's on base 2 of 3.
Another check on Holcraft. The bunt at this point is irrelevant, as it would only get Holcraft to second with 2 outs if the Stallions are to field it cleanly. First pitch to Touchstone. Foul back for strike 1.
Despite being 1 for 7 in the postseason, Touchstone's not coming up here to bunt. He might be the MVP of the entire league. Leads the PGCBL in batting average, RBIs, and he's tied for second in home runs. Nearly had the triple crown.
Big lead for Holcraft. Murtaugh does a nice job keeping it close. No balls, 1 strike, 1 out. And a 0-0 ball game in the bottom of the 8th. Murtaugh fires. Strike 2.
Murtaugh goes with the slide step. Change up his looks for Holcraft over at first.
Starting to bite your nails on every pitch that's thrown here at Shuttleworth Park. 0-2 with 1 down. Ombre Touchstone with Holcraft at first. Murtaugh another check. They're keeping him very close.
3 checks in this at-bat alone. More checks over to first and then pitches to Touchstone from Murtaugh.
0-2. Strike 3 called at the top of the zone. Oh, Matt Murtaugh working out of the pressure. Back-to-back Ks after letting up the leadoff single.
He's going after the Mohawks. He's got a look in his eye right now.
So much so that he's already ready to throw the next pitch to Costello, who's taking his time getting in the box. Still 1 out left to get here in the bottom of the 8th. And tonight, Luke Costello is 0 for 2 with a walk. Murtaugh fires. First pitch put in play over to Comiskey. He fields cleanly, throws across the diamond in time. Matt Murtaugh's fired up after the 8th. Nothing comes across after the leadoff single from Holcraft. 8 innings down, no runs across here in Shuttleworth.
1 left, the end of 8. Mohawks 0 and Saugerties 0.
Nobody could have expected this here at Shuttleworth Park. 8 innings, 16 zeros combined between these two teams. For the Stallions, they'll have Jamie Z, Griffin Crane, and Adonis Medina as they look to scratch across the first run against the closer, Derek Duval.
3 speedsters as well. All 3 of those guys can run and create havoc out on the base paths.
For Duval, he came in to get the final out of the 8th inning. That was when the Stallions had runners at the corners and Logan Sanchez at the plate. He grounded out to second. You cannot talk enough about the pitching here tonight in Amsterdam. Both of these teams have only used 2 guys, this being the 3rd for the Mohawks and Duval. But what an effort it's been by both staffs. Regardless, someone has to score in order for this game to end at some point. And Jamie Z will try and get it started here for Saugerties.
Shortstop from Notre Dame, number 10, JBZ.
Duval on the bump. Here's his first pitch. Z crushes it into left. That ball's down. Leadoff single for Jamie Z. And now with Griffin Crane, it feels like you have to bunt him over.
Just what the doctor ordered here to start things off. First pitch swinging from Z. He's on first base. And like you said, Dan, expect the bunt from Crane. This is a guy who loves to drop down drag bunts for a hit. And the third baseman, Jemison, is well in on the grass, expecting what we are too.
Crane is a speedster. Stallions with the leadoff runner on here in the 9th against Derek Duval, who has a sub-2 ERA coming into this game. Crane pops the first bunt attempt, foul. Sometimes it's actually harder to bunt the off-speed than it is the fastball.
I agree, because with the loop of a curveball or with the horizontal movement of a slider, you don't really know where the ball's going to end up.
No balls, 1 strike on Griffin Crane. He goes for the bunt again, and he gets it down perfectly. This is going to be a tough play. The throw to first is in time, but Crane does his job and moves Z over to second.
Head coach Colin Martin goes to Crane in the bottom half of the 7th for defense and proves him right, gets the hit in the 9th and does his job.
The power hitting Adonis Medina steps to the plate, getting himself ready for this at-bat. He's 0 for 2, was hit by the pitch back in the 2nd, and lots of high fives given to Griffin Crane as he enters the dugout. It's double play depth here for the Mohawks. They got the corners pushed back, or the middle infielders pushed back, and the corners in. First pitch from Duval is a strike. Regardless of what happens here with Medina, George Baker should get an at-bat, and he's been the Stallions' best hitter here tonight.
He's been on base all 3 times. A single could have been extra bases as well, a hit by pitch, and a walk.
The 0-1. Misses outside, 1 ball, 1 strike to Adonis Medina, the right fielder, who made a name for himself here at Shuttleworth Park and is trying to do so again here in the 9th inning. One. Smacked into left field. That ball hits the ground first. It's a base hit for Medina, and the Stallions are set up with runners at the corners.
This is the now or never moment for the Stallions offense. 9th inning, season's on the line, win or go home game, and you got George Baker coming up.
And George Baker has been locked in today in the box. Single in the 3rd, and Keith Griffin is going to come onto the bump here. He has not made a signal yet to the bullpen, but he wants to talk things over with Derek Duval. Griffin with a long talk out there on the bump. There's still no runs across. The Stallions are threatening to try to finally do it. Griffin gets the mound visit in. George Baker is at the plate. Jamie Z is at third. A pass ball will score a run. Baker nodding his head as he comes up to the box. This is the moment that he wants to be in. Crowd is into it here at Shuttleworth. Runners are at the corners for Saugerties. First pitch from Duval is blasted into deep right field. Going back is Cowan. He makes the play. Tagging from third is Z. The Stallions have taken a 1-0 lead here at Shuttleworth Park.
George Baker does the job. We're going to take another look at the swing from the Louisville product. Man, oh man.
Second baseman from Seton Hall.
George Baker, how about it?
The Stallions scratch across the first run of the game here in the 9th inning. And the Mohawks were trying to say that Z left early at third. No, he did not. The run scored. 2 outs in the inning for Casey Comiskey. Medina is still at first. The Stallions have plated the first run of this game. Comiskey fouls it back for strike one. You couldn't ask for much more out of that at-bat from George Baker. He finally does the job, and the Ponies take the lead.
It's only a matter of time before the Stallions finally scratched across a run. They were 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position, and Baker does the job. Clutch at-bat from George.
Medina's going to go over to second. Here's the throw down. It's offline. Stolen base for Medina. And the Stallions have another runner into scoring position here in an 0-2 count for Casey Comiskey.
Medina got a great jump on it. Throw from touchdown was a little bit offline as well. All of a sudden, the Stallions need to have a great opportunity to play an insurance run.
And Saugerties has nobody up in the bullpen. It's going to be Matt Murtaugh to close it in the 9th. Medina is at second base. Comiskey in a no-ball, 2-strike count against Derek Duval in an inning where the Stallions have played the go-ahead run. Duval fires. High and away, ball one. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Medina at second. Dancing off it. Comiskey stays alive. Do it again at 1 and 2.
Doing everything he can. Don't try to do too much if you're Comiskey. Do exactly that. Foul it off. Do whatever you got to do to stay alive.
Duval set at the belt. Here's the pitch. Comiskey shoots it into left. Going back on it to make the play is Costello. So it ends there for the Stallions, but the Mohawks are down to their final 3 outs of the game. Ponies with the 1-run lead to defend in the bottom of the 9th. It's the bottom of the ninth. The Stallions are 3 outs away from just their second ever appearance in the PGCBL Finals. It's going to be 5-6-7 for the Mohawks. Matt Murtaugh is on the mound looking for the 9-out save after George Baker came up clutch for Saugerties in the top half with the sac fly. First pitch from Murtaugh. Strike on the outside part. McCrane in this game is 0 for 3 with a pair of strikeouts. The 0-1, put in play. It's a base hit. McCrane is going for second, and he's going to be in there. It's a leadoff double for Brandon McCrane, and the Mohawks have the tying run at second.
Not the ideal start here in the ninth, but Murtaugh worked out of an inning last inning with a runner on base and nobody out. Needs to do the same thing here in the ninth.
Brett Rowell at the plate. He's been up 3 times here tonight, and in each of those, he has reached base. The tied run is at second. The winning run is at the plate. The first pitch misses for ball 1. No movement for the Stallions in the bullpen. It's Murtaugh or bust here in the ninth.
I love that move out of head coach Colin Martin. Trust your pitcher to do the job.
One out. Fouled straight back. 1 ball, 1 strike on Rowell, who coming into this game was batting .240, proving why he should be in there tonight, on base all 3 times. Can't get more pressure packed than this here at Shuttleworth Park. 1-1. Misses in the dirt. Carroll keeps it close. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Nice block from Carroll behind the plate as well. He needs to do everything he can to keep the ball in front of him and keep McCrane at second.
Two-one to Rowell. Clips him. Hit by pitch. The winning run is aboard. Tying run is at second, and the Stallions are going to need a miracle here to put his hero on the board.
Stallions are going to bring the corners in as well, protecting against the bunt. Cowan, last time he was up, tried to bunt. Perfect opportunity to do so here in the ninth.
Was retired when he was caught stealing by Cam Carroll. First and second. Stallions are leading by 1. Cowan shows bunt. Here's the first pitch. Put in play, foul. 0-1.
If you're Murtaugh, you know Cowan is going to bunt. I would try to jam him on the inner third and make him pop it up.
Oh, 1. Pulls it back, and it's a cold strike. 0-2 on Cowan.
Gutsy pitch from Murtaugh to go with the breaking ball.
Still trying to go bunt here in an 0-2 count. The pitch. Stealing third on the play is McCrane. And the tying run sits 90 feet away.
Pinch runner for Amsterdam as well over at first.
We'll get you that name when we have it. Runners are at the corners.
Number 13, Jesse Kuzmic.
Jesse Kuzmic, the pitcher, has come in to pinch run here in the 9th. 1-2 strike count against Will Cowan. Rowell's out of the game. Murtaugh set at the belt. 1-2. Misses upstairs. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Let's go, get on our feet, let's go, let's cheer them on, let's go on our feet.
The 2-2 from Murtaugh. Strike 3 swinging! 1 down in the bottom of the 9th.
Huge pitch from Murtaugh. Huge. Out number 1. Now he's a ground ball away from ending the game.
Number 40.
John McCullough comes to the plate.
McKillop.
And a massive at-bat for Amsterdam. What a strikeout that was from Matt Murtaugh.
Went with the fastball, completely threw it on the inner third. Cowan chased it as well. Huge pitch from Murtaugh.
First one to McCullough. Misses at the top of the zone for ball 1. McCullough in this game is 1 for 3. Reached on an error by Jamie Z in the 7th. Murtaugh struggling to find the zone. 2-0.
Still no arm warming in the Stallions bullpen either, with runners on the corners and 1 out. Go ahead run on base.
They're letting Murtaugh ride it out. 2 balls and 1 strike. The hometown kid trying to send his team to the PGCBL Finals for just the 2nd time in franchise history. Mohawks looking to get back to the finals for a 5th straight season. 2 balls, 1 strike on John McCullough. Murtaugh fires. 2-2. Runners are still at the corners. Murtaugh set. Pitch. Misses. Count goes full.
3-2 with 1 out. I would expect Kuzmic over there at first to be on the move, stay out of the double play. Especially since McKillop is up. He doesn't have great speed.
McCrane is still at third. Kuzmic at first. Payoff. Grounded over to first, and it hits off the glove of Passo. The tying run is in to score. It's 1-1. That'll be scored as an RBI single
Now batting for the
from
Mohawks.
McCullough.
The second
Winning run is at second
from
for John Young Jr.
Alabama. Number 3, John Young Jr.
Stallions need 2 outs to push this game into extra innings. John Young Jr. at the plate, who had a single in the 7th.
No runs all game till the 9th. We're tied at 1. Pitching coach Prax Vigil goes out. Let's calm down Murtaugh. John Young Jr. at the plate. Young Jr., a single, last at bat. Looking to be the hero for the Mohawks. First pitch, outside, ball 1.
JYJ! JYJ!
Chance of John Young Jr., JYJ, coming throughout the crowd. They want to see the Alabama product walk it off. 1-0. Chopped over to Passo. He goes to second for 1, and that'll be all. Stallions put 2 outs on the board. On the plate, Kuzmic goes to third.
Big play from Passo. He had to make a long throw over there to second base, but he does so effectively. Now Murtaugh is just 1 out away from getting out of it.
And Peyton Jemison comes to the plate,
The third baseman
who is 0 for 3
of UConn,
tonight.
Number 16, Peyton Jemison.
Stallions just want a shot in the 10th inning. Need to get through Jemison. The winning run is 90 feet away. First pitch is a strike from Murtaugh.
Cam Carroll behind the dish for the Stallions. Has to keep everything he can in front of him. Kuzmic over at third is going to come charging for home on a pass ball.
1 ball, 1 strike on Peyton Jemison. Struck out the first 2 times. Fly out into center. Last time up. One. Checks, does not go. 2-1.
2 outs in the inning. Murtaugh has to go to his best stuff to put away Jemison.
Two 1 pitch in there for strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Season on the line here at Shuttleworth. Murtaugh is set at the belt. Here's the pitch. Spikes it, but Carroll's there. Count goes full.
3-2, 2 outs. John Young Jr. over at first will be on the move, although his run is irrelevant. The walk-off run is at third, Jesse Kuzmic. That allows Dylan Passo to get a little bit more range at first as well.
3-2, 2 outs. The payoff pitch. Nubbed in front of Murtaugh. He's going to throw to first, and the Stallions are still alive. 1 run comes across, but we're headed to extras here at Shuttleworth. This is storybook. Brandon Fish was in last year's 8-7 loss to the Stallions, or to the Mohawks, that the Stallions lost. He now comes to the plate in a 1-1 ball game here in the 10th. The regular extra inning rules are off in the playoffs. Fresh inning, no ghost runner, and we will keep playing until we have a winner. Derek Duval is still out there for the Mohawks. And Fish grounds the ball over to Holcraft at short. He throws to first, one down in the 10th.
Now it's top of the order time for the Stallions. Luis Rodriguez steps in for his 5th plate appearance.
Lewis, a 3-for-4 night already. Has to come up big here against Derek Duval. Stallions need a hero. First pitch ball from Duval. He's wondering where that one missed. Stallions do have some action out in the bullpen. Virgil Heath is up. The 1-0. Rodriguez gets under it, pops it foul, 1-1.
Heath was good. Last time he faced the Amsterdam Mohawks right here at Shuttleworth, he got the start and went 4 innings of just allowing 1 earned.
It is Heath and Martino, the 2 arms that are walking around out there in the bullpen. Stallions have 1 in 10 innings here before this season. That was a 10-9 victory over the Mohawks. Second game of the year here. And Rodriguez slaps the ball through the hole. 1-out single. 4th base hit of the game for Luis Rodriguez. Stallions have a base runner in the 10th.
Dan, when he came back to join the squad back in late July, he said, I'm coming back for a championship. 4 hits in the East Final, including that one we just got another look at.
He's doing everything in his power to try and get the Stallions the go-ahead run. Cam Carroll at the plate. His past 2 at-bats have been a walk and a single. Rodriguez is speedy over there at first base. Check on Lewis, not going anywhere. First pitch to Carroll. Rodriguez going. Here's the throw down. Not in time. Rodriguez is in there. Stallions have a runner into scoring position.
Rodriguez picks up his 2nd stolen base of the ball game, and it's a big one. In scoring position in extras.
All Carroll needs to do is put a ball into the outfield. Duval set. Here's the pitch. Outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Three balls and no strikes to Cam Carroll.
Carroll's a disciplined hitter in the batter's box. He's going to take his walks. 2nd most on the squad this summer in the regular season.
The umpire here at Shuttleworth hearing it from the hometown crowd. Duval is set. Here's the pitch. Top of the zone fastball for strike 1. Three balls, 1 strike. 1 out to Cameron Carroll with Rodriguez at second base. Stallions fighting to see another day. 3-1 misses. Carroll works the 5-pitch walk. and the baton is passed to Dylan Passo.
Great at bat from Carroll. Not trying to do too much. He will gladly take his walk, and he's on base now in 3 straight plate appearances.
And this is going to be the end of Derek Duval's night. He leaves runners at first and second with Dylan Passo coming to the plate, and there is a southpaw coming out of the bullpen for the Mohawks to face the lefty hitting Dylan Passo when we come back here in Amsterdam.
Three hits, 1 walk, no Ks.
Line is open.
What?
Line's open.
Yeah.
New arm out of the bullpen for the Mohawks is Cole Miller, the lefty out of Wake Forest. And like we were just talking about, Nick, this is a gutsy move out of head coach Keith Griffin. Miller does not have experience at the college level, and he's being brought in with the runners at first and second and 1 out in the 10th.
He's a rising freshman to Wake Forest next summer for the Demon Deacons. This year, as an Amsterdam Mohawk, 13 innings pitched, a 3.46 ERA. Surprising move from head coach Keith Griffin to not stick with Duval, a guy who has plenty of PGCBL experience, pitched in 2023 and Amsterdam in 2025 against a rising freshman to Notre Dame, Dylan Passo.
Passo, 0 for 4 here tonight, can make up for all of that in one swing of the bat. Lefty on lefty. 10th inning. Each team with 1 run, 9 hits, and an error. First pitch from Miller. It's a nice slider for strike 1. Miller this season, 13 innings pitched with a 3.46 ERA.
Last time he pitched was on July 28th against the Oneonta Outlaws. Let up 3 earned over 3 innings.
4 hits in that as well. The Stallions just need a singular base knock to retake the lead. 1 ball, 1 strike on Passo.
Passo's been up a couple times with runners in scoring position. He's been up 4 times. This being now the 3rd time in 5 plate appearances he gets a hit with a runner in scoring position.
Miller gets the sign he wants. Goes quiet here at Shuttleworth Park. The pitch goes back to that slider, and he's up 1-2. Miller fires. Strike 3, got him looking. 0 for 5 for Dylan Passo tonight. Logan Sanchez at the plate. He was in a similar spot in the 8th when the Stallions had runners at the corners and what was still a 0-0 ball game. And it's a harder matchup here for Miller. Lefty on righty.
He did his job, though, to start things. He got Passo looking, who was hitting from the left side. Sanchez now has a favorable matchup, Dan, and this is a guy who's been on a tear. 4 for his last 8 in the postseason.
He would certainly love one of those sliders to hit that have been hanging in the middle of the zone. First pitch. Strike on the outside corner. Both runners are going to go. This is a double steal, and the Stallions pull it off. Second and third with 2 outs.
Gutsy play with 2 outs in the inning, but 2 speedsters on the bases. Rodriguez and Carroll, they take advantage of Amsterdam sleeping.
The 1-1. Sanchez gets a piece, fouls it straight back. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Everyone's going to get to their feet here at Shuttleworth Park with 2 outs and 2 strikes in the inning. Sanchez can play spoiler.
Has to play spoiler for the Stallions if they want to try and keep their season alive. Just the guy that the Stallions want up in this spot. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Runners at second and third. Sanchez calls time. Miller winds. Here's the pitch inside. Backs Sanchez up. 2-2.
Now after the double steal, first base is open as well. Miller has a little bit of room to work with. A walk to Sanchez would not be the worst thing, which would bring up Jamie Z, who's on deck.
Two pitch. Sanchez pops it into foul territory. McCullough moving over, and he makes the play. Stallions are going to need a 0 in the bottom of the 10th if they want to keep their season alive. Bottom of the 10th in Amsterdam. The Stallions' season is on the line, and the Mohawks have the top of their order due up. It's going to be Holcraft, Harden, and Bray Touchstone. The Stallions need 3 outs to send this game to the 11th, but they had a chance there in the top of the 10th with first and second and 1 out.
Just unfortunate turn of events for the Stallions. They make the Dallas Wieners call to the bullpen. Amsterdam does. They bring in the southpaw, Cole Miller, to face Paso. He does his job, gets him looking. And Sanchez just underneath it a little bit. Fouls out to first base.
Stallions do have an arm throwing in the pen, and it seems to be Jake Martino. Chris Holcraft will lead it off in the 10th in what has just been a crazy game.
Number 15, Chris Holcraft.
Murtaugh and what is now his 4th inning of relief. First pitch to Holcraft. Misses for ball 1. One out. Catches the outside part. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Big strike from Murtaugh to get back even in the count. Got to find a way to get Holcraft out. I know it's a hard ask, but you got to find a way to keep the leadoff runner on off base.
2 balls, 1 strike. The Mohawks have had the leadoff runner on in 4 straight innings. 2-1 pitch, fouled off, and if you go to the inning before that, where they did not get the leadoff runner on, they went down 1-2-3. 2 ball, 2 strike count on Chris Holcraft. No breathing room for the Stallions. Here in the bottom of the 10th. The pitch. Holcraft stays alive.
Seventh pitch coming up between these two guys.
Two. Holcraft once again stays alive. Martino has been ramped up to throwing out there in the bullpen. He's ready if things start to get hairy here in the bottom of the 10th. Murtaugh fires. Holcraft once again fouls it off. 3 in a row.
3 straight foul balls with 2 strikes. This will be pitch number 10 coming up from Murtaugh to Holcraft, a guy who's had to work out on the mound in 3 innings. He's going to have to earn this out as well.
2-2. Smack to the left side and through for a base hit. Holcraft's going to stop at first. Leadoff single for the Mohawks here in the bottom of the 10th.
The designated hitter from Prairie View, A&M, number 32, Sebastian Harden.
Murtaugh's staying out there for the Stallions. Same scenario for Amsterdam as the last inning with the leadoff runner on. Certainly a bunt spot for Sebastian Harden, and he tries to lay it down, pops it up in foul territory for strike 1. Harden came into this game for Jake Sparks, who started things 1 for 2, was hit by the pitch in the 3rd. Harden struck out in the 8th. Mohawks have the winning run at first. Harden squaring once again. Doesn't get it down, pulls back 1-1.
Holcraft has good speed over at first. He led the team in stolen bags in the regular season. If Harden pulls it back, maybe Holcraft's on the move.
That's a called strike on the outside part of the plate. Harden will either have to swing or risk the ball going into foul play with the bunt and 2 strikes on the board. He's going to try and square it. They'll give a check on Holcraft. He's safe. And the home plate umpire hearing it from this Amsterdam crowd, not happy about the last pitch. Harden's going to try for the bunt once again. Here's the pitch. And Carroll thought it was strike 3.
Murtaugh did as well. He's shaking his head out on the mound. Not really sure where that one missed.
2 ball, 2 strike count. Holcraft at first base. Harden looking to lay down the bunt again. Here it is. He bunts it foul and he's out. That's a strikeout for Matt Murtaugh, and there's 1 down.
Big out from Murtaugh to get Harden. Interesting that he's still squaring with 2 strikes. Amsterdam really as a whole have struggled to get the bunt down today. Head coach Keith Griffin gambling, but it didn't pay off.
Bray Touchstone at the plate. 0 for 4 tonight. Struck out looking to Murtaugh. Another check on Holcraft. And that was in the 8th inning. Struck out looking. Holcraft at first. First pitch to Touchstone. Misses Carroll with a beautiful job. Not letting it get by him, 1-0. Stallions just trying to give themselves a shot in the 11th inning. Lots to deal with here in the bottom of the 10th. Ground ball is foul by Touchstone, and Holcraft was on the move on that pitch.
Murtaugh went with the slide step as well to try to be quicker to home plate.
One ball, 1 strike count, 1 out. Tied at 1s here in the 10th. Another check over on Holcraft. They're holding him close.
For right reason. He's a big threat to go over at first base. Got to keep him close, got to keep him honest.
Murtaugh fires. Hard hit ball into center field. Rodriguez will field on a hop. Holcraft's going for third. Here's the throw, and they got him! He's out! The Stallions catch Holcraft, try to get an extra 90. There's 2 outs. What a play by Luis Rodriguez out in center.
So nice, we got to see it twice. Touchstone lines a single out to center field, but Luis Rodriguez have a night in a winner-go-home game. 4 hits, and now this defensive assist, nailing Holcraft at third base.
Luke Costello at the plate here for the Mohawks. 0 for 3 tonight with a walk. Touchstone is at first. Murtaugh gets the sign. Here's the pitch. Strike 1. No ball, 1 strike count on Costello. Breaker, top of the zone, not called. 1-1. One ball, 1 strike with 2 outs. Here to Luke Costello. Carroll with another nice block in the dirt, 2-1.
He's been money all night long behind the plate for the Stallions. A caught stealing earlier on in the ball game, and it's felt like nothing has gotten past him.
Two 1. Misses once again. 3 balls, 1 strike. Costello had to walk off Dan Galliff all the way back in the 6th. Murtaugh gets the sign he likes. Here's the pitch. Smack to the left side, foul. Murtaugh is just 1 pitch away from getting out of it here in the 10th. Touchstone will be on the move here in a full count with 2 outs.
He's 1 pitch away. Whatever it is for Murtaugh, fastball, slider, breaking ball, knuckleball, ephus, whatever it is, your put-out pitch, go to it in a full count with 2 outs in a winner-go-home game in extra innings.
3-2, 2 outs. Touchstone at first, Costello at the plate. Runner going, the payoff. Misses upstairs. Ball 4. Mohawks get the winning run into scoring position. Brandon McCrane coming to the dish, who had a double off of Murtaugh to start it. Back in the 9th. Pitching coach Prax Vigil out of the dugout for the Stallions.
For right reason.
This is going to be a long conversation here. Jake Martino is up in the pen for Saugerties, but they only need one more out here to push it to the 11th.
Martino pitched a scoreless inning here at Shuttleworth Park about 2 weeks ago. Came in the bottom of the 7th where he got help from Adonis Medina, who threw out the runner at first base all the way from left field.
Murtaugh's going to stay out there.
Now batting for the Mohawks is the center fielder from Auburn, number 10, Brandon McCrane.
McCrane at the plate. Is the only run that's come across to score for the Mohawks in this game. Winning run is at second. Murtaugh set. Here's the pitch. Strike 1. Outside part of the plate.
Murtaugh's got a look in his eye right now. He's determined. He's confident out on the mound to get the job done for the Stallions.
Their season rests in his hands. Carroll with a beautiful block. 1-1.
That ball landed outside the lefty batter's box, and Carroll somehow kept that ball in front of him.
He has been an animal here tonight. 1 ball, 1 strike. Costello at first. Touchstone at second with McCrane at the plate. Murtaugh fires. Misses down low, 2-1. Murtaugh's ready. 2-1 offering. Catches the outside part of the plate, 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners on. In the bottom of the 10th. The pitch. Grounded off of Murtaugh. Z boots it. Coming home. At home is Carroll. He's got him. The Stallions get the runner at home. I'm in disbelief at what just happened. Wow, Touchstone is nabbed at home. The Stallions are still dancing, and we're going to the 11th. Welcome back to Shuttleworth Park. Dan Shalom with you alongside Nick Zuppi. We have a delay on the field as our home plate umpire is missing. Nick, you have an update as to where our umpire is?
He's actually in the bathroom.
Just saw him there, didn't you?
I did, actually.
Just waiting on him. He is
There he
back
is.
now on the field. This is the first time that any game has gone to 11 innings. As in the PGCBL, you are always required to be done by 10 or end in a tie. For the Stallions, it's going to be 5, 6, 7 here in the 11th. Cole Miller still on the mound. And Nick, the Stallions counting their lucky stars that they're still in this game.
A ball up that looked like it had the game written all over it for Amsterdam, but Z gets a glove on it and Touchstone rounds third and comes home where he was dead to rights.
Leading off the top of the 11th for Saugerties, the shortstop, number 10, Jamie Z.
Jamie Z will start it for the Stallions. Hit by pitch, the single in the 9th. Z takes the slow breaker at the top of the zone for strike one. Stallions had 2 runners on in the 10th, but brought across nothing. Z takes inside. Down here's Cleats, 1-1. Only fitting that the PGCBL East Final winner go home between the Stallions and the Mohawks goes to 11 innings. And Z crushes a ball into the gap. That one's down for a single. He will stay over at first, but just what the Stallions want here in the 11th. They've got their leadoff man on.
Z does a job, finds a way to get on base, and a loud single as well.
Griffin Crane comes to the plate after that hard hit ball by Z. And they had Crane lay down the bunt back in the 9th where they scored their only run of this game. Shaping up to be a similar thing here. And that inning also started with a Jamie Z single. Lefty on lefty. First pitch. Crane lays it down in a perfect spot. And he's going to get to the bag safely. First and second, nobody out.
Fundamental baseball from the Stallions here in the 11th. Z goes to the opposite field for a single, and Griffin Crane lays down the perfect bunt to put 2 runners on and nobody out.
And it seems like with Medina, who's another speedster at the dish, do it again.
Jemison, the third baseman, is all the way in on the grass as well. He's expecting Medina to lay down the bunt.
Mohawks do not have an arm throwing out there in their bullpen as of right now. Medina's going to try and square. He pulls it back, and it's a ball at the top of the zone. Medina steps up in the box, goes for bunt, pulls it back, but this time it's a called strike. 1-1. We saw in the bottom of the 10th, Sebastian Harden tried to get down the bunt for the Mohawks, but he would end up striking out on the bunt attempt. See what Medina goes to here in a 1-1 count. Bunt again. Here's the pitch. Bunts it foul. 1-2.
You just mentioned it. We saw Harden in the bottom of the 10th. Bunt with 2 strikes. I can't imagine Medina is going to be asked to do the same thing.
Certainly be a high-risk, high-reward play out of head coach Colin Martin. Crowd goes silent here at Shuttleworth, and Medina calls time. Crane at first. Z at second. George Baker on deck. Medina at the plate. One, two. High and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Mohawks now have a righty throwing out there in the bullpen. Two-two count with 2 on. Top of the 11th, tied at 1. Medina chases outside and goes down on strikes. 1 out. And the reason why Miller is still in the game is to face George Baker, the power lefty from Louisville.
First time here tonight for Baker where he's going to be facing a left-handed pitcher, and he's been on base every time against the right-handers. A single, a hit by pitch, a walk, and a sac fly in the ninth that at the time gave the Stallions a 1-0 lead.
And that resulted in the Stallions scoring their only run of the ball game. They need Baker to step up clutch. He nods his head, stares down Miller. First pitch. In there for strike 1. A 1 pitch, spiked, but Touchstone keeps it in front of him. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out to George Baker. Single for him in the third. Couple of walks and the sac fly. Takes it outside, 2-1. And there is a large gap out there between center and right field for George Baker to hit into.
And that's where his power is, to the right center gap.
Had a ball hit off the top of the wall out there in left here at Shuttleworth earlier this season, plating 2 runs. And he puts one over to Holcraft, who will flip over to John Young Jr. And the ruling is safe. Crane is safe. Or no, excuse me. Lassa Panera Sr. signaled safe, and now Keith Griffin wants an explanation.
Looked like they were saying Crane was safe, or Crane was out on the transfer.
And Keith Griffin has given him an earful. Still waiting on an official decision. Crane out at second. Runners at the corners for Casey Comiskey. Griffin's still on the field. Lassa Panera Sr. saying, I signaled out on Crane. I don't want to hear it. And Griffin's still going at it. Umpires talking it over. And Griffin is still giving them an earful as this whole conversation goes down. Runner at first is safe, that being George Baker. Griffin Crane out. So now it's Casey Comiskey's turn. Runners at the corners. The Stallions need a base hit. They've turned to O reliable. 25 RBIs on the year. Has played in 38 of the 43 games for Saugerties. Miller set. Here's the pitch. Comiskey chases. Strike one. For Casey Comiskey, it's been back-to-back hard hit balls into left field, both resulting in outs. And overall here tonight, 0 for 4. The 0-1. Comiskey fouls it back to the screen. Stallions are down to their final strike here in the top of the 11th. Miller, a pitch away from getting out of this jam. 0-2, misses outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Comiskey needs to do anything he can to stay alive. If it's close, you got to take a hack at it and hope for the best.
Runners at the corners with 2 down. Comiskey does not chase after it. A ball, and the hometown crowd here at Shuttleworth letting the home plate umpire hear it. Counts move to 2-2 with 2 on and 2 out. The wind, the kick, the pitch. Comiskey loops it into left field. That ball is down. It's a 2-out. Go ahead RBI single for Casey Comiskey, and the Stallions lead 2-1.
Casey Comiskey in the clutch, down to the final strike in the AB with 2 outs as well. Does the job with a single to left.
Brandon Fish at the plate now for Saugerties. They can still add more here, first and second with 2 outs, but it's pivotal for them going into the bottom of the 11th to finally not be playing behind. And Fish is nearly hit by the first one from Miller.
Dan, going over to Casey Comiskey, though, really quick. 26 RBIs now for him. He had 2 hits 2 days ago against the Utica Blue Sox and gives the Stallions the lead here in the 11th.
Fish with the looper into center field. Baker's going to get the windmill. He's going to be in without a throw, and the Stallions have a 2-run lead.
2-out hitting. Brandon Fish, a guy who came into today saying, I want to beat Amsterdam. They knocked me out last year. I'm going to knock them out this year.
He's got the chip on the shoulder. 2 runs across for the Stallions, and Cole Miller is out of this game. It's a Dallas Hot Wieners call to the bullpen for Keith Griffin. The Stallions have flipped this game on its head. They still have runners at first and second with a new wing coming out of the pen for Amsterdam. New arm on the mound here for the Mohawks is Mason Veronese, who is from Weber, going against his collegiate head coach Colin Martin here in the top half of the 11th. Stallions still with runners at first and second, and an inning of which they've plated 2 for Luis Rodriguez, their leadoff man. First pitch in there at the top of the zone for strike 1. Stallions have finally broke through here in the 11th. This was a 1-1 ball game with the only 2 runs being plated in the 9th. Luis Rodriguez, who is already 4 for 5 here tonight, looking to add on to the lead. Cracks the ball into right. Going back on it to make the play is Cowan. But the Stallions get 2. They have the lead and just need 3 more outs to send themselves to their second ever PGCBL Finals. Bottom of the 11th, the Stallions just need 3 more outs to send themselves into the PGCBL Finals. And they've gone to a new wing. Jake Martino, the rising freshman, is on to get the save.
The only other time Martino pitched here at Shuttleworth Park, a 1-2-3 bottom of the 7th inning in a 5-5 tie against the Mohawks and Stallions.
Saugerties has a 2-run cushion to work with here in the bottom of the 11th. Matt Murtaugh went 4 innings for Saugerties, 6 hits of just 1-run ball. Worked out of multiple jams to give the Stallions a chance. 6, 7, 8 here for the Mohawks, starting with Brad Curtis, who's pinch hitting for Jesse Kuzmic, who came in as a pinch runner for Brett Rao, and he takes a first pitch strike.
Head coach Keith Griffin definitely would have liked to have Brett Rowell due up here to start things off in the 11th. He had 2 hits.
Martino spikes a pitch in the dirt, 1-1. Brad Curtis so far this season for the Mohawks, a 194 batting average. Not the guy they necessarily want up here, and he's down 1-2. But that's what comes with making all of these changes in a tight ball game. You got to go with what you have.
And you can't take any chances as well. That's why Kuzmic came in to run for Rowell as the go-ahead run at the time.
1-2 pitch. Rowell pokes it softly over to Z. He bobbles it at first. And Curtis is aboard on the E4. That should have been out number 1. Second error of the game on Jamie Z over at second.
Stallions now have multiple errors in 9 of their last 14 ball games. A defense that has helped them out greatly tonight definitely hurts them to start the 11th.
Martino did a great job forcing weak contact, working into that 2-strike count. He's got to go here against Will Cowan. First pitch, paints the outside corner for strike 1. Stallions are close. They can taste it at this point. But need 3 outs. A 1 pitch. Over there at first was Curtis. He wasn't going anywhere, and out of nowhere, Cowan put down the bunt, and he's now down 1-2.
Ever since Cowan came into the game, he's been asked to bunt now in all 3 of his plate appearances. Is one of those he struck out swinging.
Martino set. Curtis at first, the pitch. Stallions were looking for the strike 3 call, and that pitch has not been there really all night, and the count goes to 2-2.
Martino went with the breaking ball, and that's his put-away pitch. That nice 12-6 curve that he likes to throw.
See if he goes back to it here. Cowan just stays alive. Since coming into this game, he's 0 for 2. Caught stealing as well by Cam Carroll back in the 7th. Couldn't put together a better game here in the East Division Final. We're in the bottom of the 11th with the Stallions leading by 2. Trying to close it out against their rival. Martino fires. It's a hard hit ball into center field. Rodriguez moves back, and there's one down in the 11th. Big first out for Jake Martino.
He can take a deep breath now out on the mound. He got the first out of the inning. He take a deep breath and go after John McKillop. Ground ball ends the ball game.
McKillop had an RBI single in the 9th that kept this game going. The Stallions led 1-0 in the bottom of the 9th after taking the lead in the top half. First pitch from Martino. Misses for ball 1. Curtis at first, reached on the error by Jamie Z at second, not known for his speed. The 1-0. Big cut and a miss from McKillop.
McKillop has home run pop. He homered against the Stallions right here at Shuttleworth Park off Keller Osmond. That was a moonshot down the right field line.
1 ball, 1 strike with 1 out. McKillop represents the tying run. Martino fires. He's got him in a 1 ball, 2 strike count. A tense feeling here at Shuttleworth Park. Crowd not really into it, hoping that their Mohawks can make some noise. The small section of Stallion supporters trying to push their squad across the line. One, 2. Fouled straight back. We'll do it again. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1 out. Bottom of the 11th, the Mohawks have made it to the finals. 5 straight seasons. The Stallions looking to break that streak. 1-2. Martino with the waste pitch. Counts knotted at 2.
Not the worst pitch from Martino. 3 straight foul balls from McKillop and a 2-strike count. Change up his looks at the plate for McKillop.
2-2 offering. Misses inside. Carroll does a nice job not letting it go anywhere. Full count. Martino looking for the save that would send the Stallions to the finals. They've only been there 1 time before in franchise history. payoff. Misses in the dirt, and the tying run is aboard here in the 11th. Stallions pitching coach Prax Vigil out of the dugout. He wants to talk it over with Martino ahead of this at-bat to John Young Jr.
Amsterdam now brings the go-ahead run to the plate. Stallions on the defensive side of things are a ground ball double play away from ending this ball game.
Young Jr. so far here tonight, 1 for 4. The rising sophomore out of Alabama, who batted below 200 with the Crimson Tide this past college season. And what a big spot it is for Jake Martino. This is a guy that just graduated high school. He has not seen a single second of collegiate baseball.
He's only made 2 appearances before tonight with the Stallions. One of those was a 2-inning gem out of the bullpen where he had 2 perfect innings with a couple of strikeouts mixed in there. Has to pick up a save in the win or go home game PGCBL East Final here in 2025.
Curtis reached in this inning off an error by Jamie Z at second. John McCullough walking most recently in a full count. John Young Jr. at the plate. Martino steps off. Chance of J1J for John Young Jr. here at Shuttleworth Park. Martino fires. He goes around for strike 1.
Big pitch for Martino to get ahead in the count and really have everything else at your disposal repertoire-wise. You can go back fastball or double up with the breaking ball.
No balls. 1 strike. The pitch. Young Jr. goes fishing, and Martino's got himself an 0-2 count. Tying run is at first. The winning run being John Young Jr. at the plate. Martino composes himself. Now fires. Tried to get Young Jr. to chase it once again down low. He lays off. It's 1-2.
Good waste pitch from Martino. No balls and 2 strikes. Young chased in back-to-back pitches. I don't blame him at all for going back there.
A lot being asked of the rising freshman. 1-2. Everybody on the Stallion side of things thought that was strike 3. Young Jr. lays off it. The count goes to 2-2 for a second consecutive batter. That was a quality pitch by Martino.
He went fastball after 3 straight breaking balls. Froze Young Jr. in the batter's box, but Young Jr. got a little lucky.
The 2-2. That time he gets him. Strike 3 swinging. And the Mohawks are down to their final out of their season.
The third baseman from Yukon.
Stallions are so close to making it back. Peyton Jemison at the plate, 0 for 4 tonight. It all comes down to him. Martino fires. He misses away for ball 1. Stallions have only been to the finals once in 2021, where they beat these very Mohawks in the championship. That was before the East and West did separate divisional playoffs. Stallions trying to get to play Batavia tomorrow night at home. And Martino's got himself the first strike of the at-bat. One misses outside. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. The Stallions have only won once here at Shuttleworth Park in postseason history. Trying to make that 2 here tonight. Ground ball over to Fish. He's going to go to first. And the ball gets past Passo. He's going to field it. 1 run comes in to score. It's a 1-run ball game off a bad throw from Brandon Fish. 2 errors in the inning from the Stallions. And things have become a whole lot more interesting. Top of the order for the Mohawks.
We talked about it in the Arch Top Fiber pregame show. You can't give good hitting teams extra outs. The Stallions handing this game to Amsterdam on a silver platter here in the 11th.
They still have a 1-run lead, but they got to go against the leadoff man, Chris Holcraft. And in this scenario, could be an intentional walk. Holcraft tonight has 3 base hits and a walk, but Martino's going to pitch to him, and the first one's in there for a strike. Interesting call here from head coach Colin Martin.
Sebastian Harden is on deck, and ever since he pinch hit for Jake Sparks, 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts.
The defense not helping the Stallions. 0-1. Holcraft checks his swing. Does not go around. 1-1. Everything on the line here in this at-bat. 1-1. Ground ball over to the third base side, and the Mohawks are down to their final strike once again. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Winning run at second, tying run at third. Martino trying to close it out. The pitch. Strike 3, got him swinging! The Stallions are going back to the PGCBL Finals for the first time since 2021.
The Saugerties Stallions 3, and your
Wow! Jake Martino picks up the save, and the Stallions somehow, some way, find a way to win.
The Stallions will host the Batavia Muck Dogs tomorrow night. They have finally downed Goliath here at Shuttleworth Park. Unbelievable nails from the pitching staff. Limit Amsterdam to 1 earned run. Their season is over. The Stallions get to go for their second ever PGCBL title starting tomorrow against Batavia.
Don't let the Ponies get hot. They've won 7 in a row. Wow, what a game.
And they were put through so many tough situations in this game, but they persevere. They win it. It'll be a 7:05 start tomorrow night in Game 1 of the PGCBL Finals between the Stallions and the West champion Batavia Muck Dogs. And we'll have an extended Arch Top Fiber pregame show for you. The Stallions somehow do it, 3-2-11.
The monkey is off their back. The Stallions, after being eliminated 3 years in a row here at Shuttleworth Park, find a way to pull out a gritty 3-2 victory in what we didn't see any action in the first 6 innings.
They say third time's the charm, fourth time's the charm for Saugerties in the season of 2025. The Ponies stay alive. We will see you tomorrow night for PGCBL Championship Baseball at Kentine Field. A couple of thank yous to hand out here tonight to our fantastic producer Bella Holleran, my partner Nick Zuppi, Dan Shalom. We will see you tomorrow night in Game 1 of the championship.